Introduction by members. Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce at 8 months my son Simon. As you can see, he takes after me with hair, and he'll probably be going gray in the next week or so, I think. Well, I brought this burp cloth. I thought I'd get ahead of the curve. He found a way around that, so he's smart. He's good at problem solving. And I'd like to introduce my wife, Kate, and my daughter, Charlotte. And Charlotte is very excited to come and meet Macy Hansard after question period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver West End.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, first I want to wish Happy Diwali to my family who are celebrating today. So Happy Diwali to everyone celebrating across BC. But I want to introduce this House to two friends of mine who are here in Victoria, here in this chamber, Alex and Danielle Putonen. Alex and Danielle are incredible West Enders. They put community first. They're out volunteering, whether it be early in the morning, late at night. I think I bugged them on their honeymoon. And I think, in fact, they love politics and helping people so much, they're even here on a belated honeymoon, and in fact, also on Danielle's birthday. So, happy birthday to Danielle. Thank you for doing what you do for our community.
Member for Nelson Creston.
Thank you so much, Speaker. So I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Rebecca Broman to the House. Becky and I have been in school since grade 5. We have lived together, we moved up to the Yukon together. She is an incredible friend. She's also a nurse prescriber for the OAT program. So she is helping people that are battling addiction every single day. She is extremely compassionate. She's also a volunteer firefighter. So I would like the House to please welcome Becky and thank her for everything that she does for our community. If I may, Speaker, I also just want to say a very happy birthday to the Minister of Forests, who is my Kootenay collaborator. She has been an incredible mentor for me, so happy birthday.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm pleased today to welcome a couple of guests from Tawasin, my riding, including a young fellow from northern France who is here today. Valerian Lignel is his name, and he's from northern France. He's here on a Rotary exchange, and he's attending South Delta Secondary in Tawasin. And with him is a very well-known individual from Tawasin, a good friend of mine, Gary Scheer. Gary Scheer has been past president of the Tawasin Rotary Club. He's been the district governor. He's been the executive director of the Delta Chamber of Commerce. He's been the president of the Delta Hospice Society, a very community-minded gentleman, Gary Scheer. So please, would the House make Valerian from France and Gary from Tawasin welcome today.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On precinct today is the grade 10 to 12 class from Belina Secondary School. I went to the school and I was privileged to be able to visit Miss Jessie Lee Spence's class. They will be coming up to watch question period here when they arrive. If we could give them all a wave and give them a round of applause now, and maybe they can hear us coming through security.
Madam Clerk. Premier.
Honourable Speaker, just under the wire, I would like to join the House in welcoming Susan Sanderson, the Executive Director of Realistic Success Recovery Society, which is doing great work helping those who are vulnerable, helping those dealing with mental health and addictions. Susan is a dear friend of this place and has been working tirelessly in her role to lift people up, particularly in their greatest hour of need. So would the House please make Susan very, very welcome.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, many people across the globe and in BC celebrating Indian festival Diwali, which is a festival of lights. Lights are symbolic of this festival, and people go overboard with sparklers and fireworks to fuel their inner light that spiritually protects them from the darkness. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Diwali symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, love over hate, and knowledge over ignorance. Diwali festival is also a fusion of Harvest Festival in India. Diwali is a major cultural event for Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, and Jain diaspora. The beauty of Diwali is that it is not limited to the celebration of just one historical event. Each religion remembers different stories and historical events behind it. Diwali brings with it happy tidings and a promise of better tomorrow. People light lamps in their houses and throw grand feasts to celebrate happiness, good times, and good fortune. I have many beautiful memories of celebrating Diwali, and one of those memories are my parents encouraging us to share what we have with the less fortunate people and to donate generously. My parents reminded us that when harvest season and business opportunity bring prosperity to many people, there are still countless people who, despite working so hard, don't have enough. Donation around Diwali and other festivals was a big part of my family, so everyone can celebrate with their loved ones. Therefore, Diwali for me, not only a fun festival, but it also instilled in me the values of giving, sharing, kindness, and being thoughtful, which I will always be so grateful for. I wish everyone celebrating today a very happy Diwali and happy Bandi Chhor Divas. May your life be as colorful, shimmering, and magical as lights of Diwali. Thank you.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate Diwali, also known as a celebration of lights. We join Hindu, Jain, Sikh, and Buddhist communities across British Columbia, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness through Diwali and other related celebrations such as Bandi Chhor Divas. While those joyous days may be celebrated differently, it is time to appreciate the light around us, see friends, family, and loved ones, dance, play, and feast while supporting those in need. I would also like to remind British Columbians to celebrate safely and per the regulation wherever they are, especially regarding potentially dangerous displays such as fireworks. We are fortunate to live somewhere with as much light as British Columbia. Besides the gorgeous landscapes, nature, and architecture that the sun shines brightly on us, our light and glow also come from the diversity and inclusiveness we enjoy and nurture in BC. Diwali reminds us of the many cultures, traditions, religions, and ethnicity that add so much more vibrancy to our province. Cities across BC are hosting events to mark Diwali, including in my constituency back in Richmond. I encourage all of you to join our local celebrations in the spirit of togetherness and light. On behalf of the official opposition, I wish every one of us who celebrate the Festival of Lights a happy and healthy Diwali. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Chilliwack Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. October in BC is Library Month. BC's public libraries ensure people have equitable access to quality information, the internet, and accessible public services. They foster inclusion and social well-being. More than 2 million people have library cards in BC, giving them access to services at BC's 71 public libraries and 250 branches. I have the best memories of when the kids were little, bundling them up and heading to our local library for story time, or searching for our next picture book adventure, or even signing up for summer reading clubs with my teenagers through Fraser Valley Regional Library. On those days where things felt overwhelming, the library was a supportive, fun, and peaceful place to go together. And for days where being there in person was not an option, the digital collection was always accessible, and there are resources online. In May 2022, our government announced a one-time $8 million investment of COVID-19 relief and recovery funding for libraries. We know how important it is to keep people digitally and socially connected. Along with Library Month, today marks BC Schools Libraries Day. We reflect on how school libraries inform and empower students in all grades across BC. School libraries foster critical thinking skills and diversity. They provide stories for children to inform their own experiences and understand experiences different from their own. I love the support my own kids and their friends have had from their teacher librarians, not only in being able to access an expertly curated collection, but in the guidance to individual students on materials that foster interest, knowledge, awareness, and growth. To coincide with School Library Day, the Drop Everything and Read Challenge is taking place. This celebration of reading is promoted by the BC Teacher Librarians Association and is designed to remind everyone, young and old, to make reading a priority in life. So would the House please join me in celebrating this and make sure that later today you drop everything and read.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between the 1950s and 1992, the Government of Canada sought to find and eliminate LGBT members of the Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP, and other federal agencies from the public service. Wrongly labeled a threat to national security, they were cast as subversives and likely targets of blackmail by communist regimes seeking classified information. During this period known as the LGBT Purge, thousands of Canadians were subjected to investigations and interrogations. In 1989, a bright and talented military officer named Michelle Douglas was released from the armed forces, told she was not advantageously employable due to homosexuality. In 1990, she filed a lawsuit against the Department of National Defence, and in October of 1992, Michelle Douglas was successful in her claim, and the federal government stated it would abandon its policy of banning gays and lesbians from the military. This year, October 2022, marks the 30th anniversary of that landmark court ruling, which is considered to be the beginning of the end of the LGBT purge. It was a case which set precedents for many other positive changes in Canada with respect to equality and ending discrimination based on sexual orientation. 2 weeks ago, Michelle Douglas met with members on both sides of the House and shared her story. It was a tremendous opportunity to reflect on the history of LGBT people in Canada and here at home in British Columbia. Thanks to the courage of Canadians like Michelle Douglas, our country and our province have advanced human rights and equality for LGBT people. Canada's purge is a dark chapter in our history. However, as each of us reflect upon our past, we can also reflect with a sense of the success that we've achieved together in seeing how far we've come to be an inclusive society. From a time when LGBT people were purged to a time where each of us has the codified right to serve our country and our province. I ask that members of this House join me in recognizing this important anniversary. Thank you.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 15, 1979, Terry Fox wrote a letter to the Canadian Cancer Society asking for support for his upcoming run. He wrote, "We need your help. The people in cancer clinics all over the world need people who believe in miracles. I'm not a dreamer," he said, "and I'm not saying this will initiate any kind of definitive answer or cure to cancer, but I believe in miracles." And from those inspiring words today, almost $1 billion has been raised by the Terry Fox Foundation to help find a cure for cancer. And each one of those dollars raised comes with a story of its own from thousands of individuals and groups, elementary schools, and today I just want to share a few words about Aspenwood Elementary in Port Moody and its inspiring principal, Janine Close, who last year motivated her students to raise $8,000 for the Terry Fox Foundation and rewarded them in true elementary school style by dressing up as a chicken and doing the chicken dance in every classroom of the school. And this year, she had to top that, so she volunteered to be doused with gooey green slime to the delight of the elementary school students, who once again raised $8,000 for the Terry Fox Foundation. There's so many ways to make a difference, so many stories, and we can inspire each other each and every day. So I want to say thank you to Aspenwood Elementary and Principal Close for your incredible fundraising efforts and for putting a smile on so many faces at the same time. Thank you.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Kitimat Community Foundation serves and enhances Kitimat by connecting donors to community needs and opportunities. By bringing donors to the table, they are able to formulate and realize their philanthropic goals, matching their interests and concerns with community needs. The foundation takes a broad view of what a community is and what it needs to succeed, using its grants to support everything from shelters to sustenance and to care for those most in need. The success of the foundation is because they take the long-term view on what it takes for community building by assessing the needs for the future and providing opportunities and investing in sustainable solutions, helping the community to be a strong and resilient place to live, work, and play. Just recently, the foundation held its 43rd Aluminum City Telethon, and this year was another success at the Mount Elizabeth Theatre in front of a full crowd that included food trucks and a grad car wash. The day could not have gone any better because they raised $55,000 to support many local organizations and programs like the Tamtic Status of Women or the Delta King Place that provides assisted living services. The annual Aluminum City Telethon continues each year in October as the main fundraising source for the Kitimat Community Foundation, which enables continued support of immediate needs in the community while building long-term stability funds for the future. The volunteers that spend months in setting up this telethon truly deserve the thanks, and it benefits all walks of life. But they could use more volunteers. So please reach out to this foundation and help with their incredible work that they've been doing for 43 years. On a side note, I've co-hosted this telethon twice. In my first year, they asked me to do 30 push-ups as a fundraiser, which I fell sore for after a few days. And this past year, they asked me to learn how to waltz. I prefer push-ups. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Mr. Speaker, every day there is another catch and release horror story. Tyler Newton is a violent, prolific offender who was convicted in the unprovoked fatal knife attack of an unsuspecting stranger on a bus. This is a dangerous high-level criminal, high-risk criminal, currently facing charges for aggravated assault and assault with a weapon. Newton has in the past blatantly and repeatedly disregarded release conditions, but shockingly, he was once again being released and is out in the community. On the weekend, the government made it clear that the Crown prosecutor agreed with his latest release, and there was no attempt by this government to keep him in custody. A complete indictment of the incoming soft-on-crime Premier's broken system. Mr. Speaker, to the Attorney General, why was Tyler Newton's right to reoffend more important to this NDP government than the right of the community to be safe?
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We obviously share the member's frustration with this horrific act. We share the understanding that this cannot continue, and we are taking concrete steps to address it, not just within the prosecution service, which, as the member knows, is an independent branch of government making daily decisions, 500 talented people who choose what to do in certain circumstances are governed by the criminal law of Canada and the Charter of Rights. But, Mr. Speaker, there are unintended consequences of the Bail Reform Act of 2019. We're working with our federal partners to address that, and we're working with local governments as well to take the steps necessary to deal not just with the crime, but the causes of crime as well.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano, supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, that answer is simply not good enough. Newton has a long and appalling criminal record with 51 convictions. He's described in parole documents as someone with, quote, consistent disregard for the law, pro-criminal attitudes and values, and a high-risk and high-needs offender who has not mitigated that risk. He is a violent, prolific offender who has a history of blatantly violating release conditions, yet he faces no consequences. He is being released again because of the incoming soft-on-crime Premier's Catch and Release program. This is exactly why we have called for the NDP to issue a directive to Crown prosecutors that puts the rights of the community safety ahead of the criminal's right to reoffend. So, Mr. Speaker, to the Attorney General, when will the NDP scrap this incoming soft on crime premier's catch and release system that keeps violent, prolific offenders like Tyler Newton out on our streets?
Attorney General.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question. We are, of course, examining all concrete measures, all programs that might make a difference, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, we commissioned an independent report that made 28 recommendations. Those recommendations are being examined very closely to see if we can come up with a comprehensive response. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we know that social investments need to be made so we can deal with the offenders as individuals. There was a program called the Prolific Offenders Management Program that managed to cut this repeat offending by 40%. The former government chose to cut it. We have reinstated that program. Mr. Speaker, in addition, there are a number of important programs that will make a difference on the street. Peer-assisted care teams with mental health experts to try to deal with those people who are suffering mental health or the consequences of addiction. Mr. Speaker, we are spending up to $114 million in the last budget to have 500 people housed in complex care housing, which is something that was recommended by the experts. We also are making sure that people who are released from our penal institutions have wraparound services for not just 30 days in the past, but now 90 days, and for every single correctional facility in the province, this program will be applicable. Mr. Speaker, when they were in government, the opposition did none of those things. We intend to continue doing that in partnership with local government and with the federal government.
Member for Kamloops, North Thompson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the incoming Premier spent much of his abridged leadership campaign bragging about his work as a legal advocate at the Pivot Legal Society. In fact, he even said that his work at Pivot Legal Society was, quote, formative for his political career. Let's look at that legacy, Mr. Speaker. Could it be the legacy of the book, How to Sue the Police, that the incoming Premier wrote? Or perhaps it was his legacy around suggesting that perhaps police forces had too many tax dollars going for them, which continues on today in the Pivot Legal Society. And the Attorney General just referenced the prolific offender program that the Attorney General called aggressive policing tactics. That's what the incoming Premier referred to that program as. And well, last night, Mr. Speaker, we saw that legacy on full display. When Meenakshi Minow, from the incoming soft on crime Premier's own Pivot Legal Society, blamed the RCMP for the tragic murder of Constable Yang. I'm going to quote, Mr. Speaker, and it's a bit of a tough quote to have to read this out, but it's important. Is it possible that this officer was killed because the RCMP has a racism and misogyny problem that doesn't protect young, racialized women in their ranks? What does Stop Asian Hate look like inside the oldest boys club in KKK Canada? End quote. Some legacy, Mr. Speaker. Will the NDP government condemn these disgusting comments and their connection to Pivot Legal?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the Honourable Member. Let me be clear. That individual, whoever they are, does not speak for anybody on this side of the House. In fact, I don't believe they speak for anybody in this House. And quite frankly, given those comments and other comments I've heard from some of those individuals, they don't represent anybody other than a small group of people who are just completely, in my view, out to lunch. What I can tell you, though, Honourable Speaker, is that we have an Attorney General who, from the very day he was sworn in, started tackling some of the challenges that we've been facing on the criminal front in this province. Whether it's money laundering, which went on in this province unchecked, Honourable Speaker. Whether it was recognizing after discussions with mayors that there needed to be changes, that what was happening in communities was working together with mayors to find solutions, which was the Lepard-Butler report, of which 28 recommendations, 3 of them are already being implemented, Honourable Speaker, including the one that he thinks the Premier-designate does not approve of, Honourable Speaker. We're all in support of those initiatives. Every single one, every single member on this side of the House. I just hope that that side of the House will be on support of the work that we're doing to stop the challenges that are being faced by communities.
Kamloops North Thompson, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is that the incoming Premier is incredibly close to Pivot Legal, and he's bragged about his work with them throughout his very brief campaign, a brief campaign that he didn't actually talk about the Lepard report. So in fact, despite what the Solicitor General says, this side of the House and the public don't actually know what the Premier-designate thinks now about the prolific offender program. We only have his work during Pivot Legal days to base that on, and his failed 5.5 years as the Attorney General, where crime and violent prolific offenders spiked in this province. Just Friday, he said that his work at Pivot Legal was formative for his political career. Now, as he's getting ready to transfer in as the Premier, after 2,000 days as the Attorney General, all we saw was an ever-increasing street disorder under his failed catch-and-release system. Now he's asking us to believe, the incoming Premier, and it sounds like the Solicitor General, that after 2,000 days of inaction, he will do something in the next 100 days. Let's hope it's do something more than just release the second edition of How to Sue the Police. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't this government act now instead of delaying yet another 100 days for political reasons, while in Vancouver alone, 4 people a day will be randomly assaulted in that same time frame, and end the Premier-designate's failed catch-and-release system?
Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member. I'll just make a few brief observations, Honourable Speaker. This Attorney General took action on money laundering on the very first day that he took office. He did not do what the opposition did when they sat on this side of the House, and one of their first priorities was to close courthouses around the province. How does that help the justice system, Honourable Speaker? How does that help the justice system? Did he cut funding to sexual assault centres, to community organizations that bring supports to victims, Honourable Speaker, like they did when they sat on this side of the House? No, Honourable Speaker. We saw the funding for those things increased. When mayors came and said, we've got problems with social disorder and increasing criminal activity in our streets, he said, look, we want to work with you on what potential solutions are. That's why that report was commissioned. That's why those recommendations were put in place. That's why recommendations are being implemented. And one of the key things in that report is there needs to be changes at the federal level. We made sure that that was put on front and centre on the agenda in Halifax with justice ministers from right across the province, Honourable Speaker. So I know one thing. I'll put my money on the incoming Premier when it comes to dealing with law and order and ensuring our streets are safe, and anything that side of the House is
covered. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Bill C-22 is making its way through the Federal House of Commons right now. The goal of this legislation is to ensure that people with disabilities are not living below the poverty line. But the Federal Minister of Disability and Inclusion, Carla Qualtrough, says it may be a year or more before the benefits to people with disabilities start to arrive. In an interview over the weekend, Minister Qualtrough indicated that she is encouraging the provinces to step up and fill the gap, to ensure that funding to people with disabilities is there so that nobody has to be poor because they are disabled. My question through you is to the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. Will he step up and immediately raise the rates for people with disabilities so they are no longer forced to live below the poverty line.
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I truly appreciate getting a question to deal with issues around poverty in this province. Not because there's not more work to do, but it gives me an opportunity to say how much we've done already and shows, as an example, how much more work we plan to do to address the ongoing issues. But as we all know, this is the government that introduced the poverty reduction strategy that included a number of measures across government to address the issue that had been ignored under the previous government. When it comes to supporting people who are living with disabilities, I'm proud to say that this was the government that introduced the Accessible BC Act. This is the government that reversed a trend from the previous government of not increasing disability assistance rates. We've increased disability assistance rates 3 times in 5 years. And yes, we have more work to do. With respect to the federal government legislation, we have a lot of questions about it. We don't plan to do things differently. We plan to ensure that people who are living in poverty get the supports they need, and we continue to expand those supports.
Leader of Third Party Supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It'll be cold comfort for people with disabilities to hear about how much has been done already. Let me speak really plainly. The current Disability Assistance Program undermines the human rights of British Columbians with disabilities across this province. Many who rely on disability benefits are living in abject poverty. In my constituency, we've heard dozens of stories from people with disabilities who are forced to make impossible choices on a daily basis, choosing between paying their bills or their rent, buying groceries or buying medications. When one of my constituents was evicted through no fault of her own, she was unable to afford the increased market rental rates and could not access timely support through BC Housing. She was forced to seek shelter in local motels, quickly exhausted her insufficient person with disability benefits, and she went for days eating only rice because she could not afford groceries or access local food banks. The cost of living is breaking records. Rent, food, fuel prices, medication, people everywhere are struggling to stay afloat. And for people with disabilities, they're expected to live on $16,300 a year. My question is to the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. Will he increase disability rates above the poverty line in BC?
Minister.
I thank the member for the question again, and our goal is to continually improve the system of supports for people in this province. The increases that we implemented affecting people on income assistance and disability assistance were welcomed. We did not claw back any of the benefits that people received during the pandemic, unlike any other province. We were well known to have provided the most support for people in the province of any other jurisdiction in Canada. And that is well documented, and in fact, our approach will be to continue to take steps necessary to address the gaps. And I acknowledge that there are challenges. People are living with challenges because of worldwide inflation. We understand that that's impacting everybody, and that's why we will be continuing to find ways to ensure that people living on disability or on income assistance have the supports they need from this government.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 15 months ago, the Health Minister announced he would improve ambulance response times. Things have gotten worse, not better. When Surrey resident Alison Dorchester suffered a spiral fracture, she was forced to lay on the ground in excruciating pain, waiting for an ambulance for 4 hours. She was lying in pain, screaming in agony, while her family pleaded on the phone for help. Our healthcare system has collapsed, and stories like this are happening every day. There needs to be accountability, and that accountability needs to start at the top. Will this health minister do the right thing and resign?
Members. Members. Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. What we are doing is taking substantial action in urban BC and in rural and remote communities to increase the number of paramedics, to ensure we have full-time paramedics and not a system dependent on casual staff, which it was in 2017, to give the largest increases of any area of healthcare other than mental health and addictions to the ambulance service, to add ambulance paramedics, to increase training, to increase the number of ambulances, to increase the number of dispatchers, all of which we have done. What we are also seeing in this period of 2 public health emergencies is a dramatic increase in the number of ambulance calls. In fact, Honourable Speaker, the increase in the last few years, what are called purple and red calls, the most serious calls, has increased by 27%. Dramatically above, indeed 4 times more, what one would expect with respect to the increase in population growth and an aging population. I think our ambulance paramedics do an extraordinary job, and we need to continue to take action to address the situation everywhere in BC. And I want to express, of course, Honourable Speaker, when people hear about cases where people didn't respond quickly enough, we appreciate that and we respond and we investigate those cases every time. But I would acknowledge the exceptional work of our ambulance paramedics and the work we have to continue to take together to ensure we're building the ambulance service we need to meet increasing demand in the future.
Member for Surrey White Rock, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And nobody is disputing the job that is being done by the paramedics in this province. What people are taking exception with is the job that is being done by this health minister. Minutes matter, and in British Columbia, when you need an ambulance and call 911, you should be comforted by the fact that that ambulance will show up in a timely manner. And that was not the case for a woman who collapsed with a seizure in Surrey at the Shoppers Drug Mart on the weekend. Instead, when her friend called 911 to report a stroke, it took an ambulance over an hour to get her to the ICU. Day after day, we hear stories about this healthcare system collapsing. Accountability starts at the top, and I will say it again. Will this minister do the right thing, be accountable, and resign?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, I would say, Honourable Speaker, that what we need is a government that supports our ambulance service, and that's what we have, Honourable Speaker. In 2010, under a previous health minister, now the leader of the opposition, they stripped away, in an action, frankly, of political retaliation, the right of ambulance paramedics to bargain and support one another. We restored it, Honourable Speaker. In 2017, 30% of ambulance paramedics were full-time. That number is now 55%. We've dramatically increased resources and the number of ambulances and the level of training, and we're going to continue to do it. We have been working hard with our ambulance paramedics, with our dispatchers, and with our team to do exactly that. I think what the public wants is action, Honourable Speaker, and that's what we'll continue to provide.
Member for Caribou Chilcotin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, the residents of this province are looking for action, but what matters to British Columbians are results and outcomes. Every single part of our healthcare system is in crisis, but there's no accountability from this minister. And if he keeps his job, it's obviously more of the same from the soon-to-be Premier, who has yet to have a single idea on healthcare. Mr. Speaker, he has been campaigning for months and hasn't presented a single health policy idea, not one. Meanwhile, the system collapses and people are suffering. On Saturday, hundreds gathered on the front lawn of this legislature as people came to talk to family doctors and get advice. Providing field medicine under a tent like something out of a war zone. That should not be the state of our medical system. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely unacceptable. Will this health minister finally do the right thing, accept responsibility for his government's appalling failure to deliver the health care that British Columbians need and resign today.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I would say, Honourable Speaker, that what people require is the kind of commitment to public health care that the government has shown, Honourable Speaker. From the time I've been Minister of Health to the present, there are 38,000 more people working in the healthcare system, not, as the Leader of the Opposition calls them, bureaucrats, but nurses and doctors and health sciences professionals, delivering a high level of care and service. We are in the midst of 2 public health emergencies in BC, the overdose public health emergency and COVID-19, which continue to profoundly affect our system. In spite of that, Honourable Speaker, for example, in the last recorded week, the end of September, we completed 7,200 surgeries in that week, which is a record for that week in the history of British Columbia. We continue to deliver a high level of service, and there are challenges. And that's why in the area of primary care, because I think that's what the member was talking about in his question, that means providing new-to-practice contracts that have been welcomed by resident doctors in BC and signed in record numbers, Honourable Speaker. It means working with the doctors of BC to change the way in which we pay doctors and remunerate doctors in BC so that patients can get better access to care. It means raising standards in long-term care from a record of abject failure, Honourable Speaker, to a record where we meet the standards we as a government set. And Honourable Speaker, it means treating healthcare workers with respect everywhere in BC and allowing healthcare workers who've worked decades in the healthcare system in many cases to again get access to pensions. That is a record in which we can be proud, and our determination is to continue to make improvement to face the current challenges of public health emergencies facing our healthcare system. That's what I'm going to continue to try and do.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Well, I'm sure the health minister knows that every day that he stands up in this legislature and fails to acknowledge that the healthcare system in British Columbia has collapsed has an impact in the field. We've heard story after story, day after day, of people who are telling us, and I know that members on the opposite side of this House are hearing it too, they have never seen it this bad. That's under this minister's watch. And let's just look at some of the items on the list. We have 1 million people in British Columbia who don't have a doctor. Dozens of specialists sent this minister a letter, and he was warned that there are massive delays in patient referrals for specialists. Radiologists then spoke up, and do you know what they said? I know the minister knows that they are expecting a tsunami of late-stage cancer cases. Not my words, the words of radiologists and specialists, not to mention nurses who are exhausted, they are burnt out, and they are demoralized. And every single day when this minister gets up and refuses to acknowledge that every single piece of our healthcare system is in crisis, that's on his watch. That is his responsibility. And every time he tries to look in the rearview mirror, he should look in the mirror. It is up to this minister today to acknowledge the failure to deal with specific actions in the healthcare system. So will the minister have the courage to do the right thing today, to stand up and acknowledge the mess that our healthcare system is in under his watch, do the right thing, and resign?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. And I think I would say a couple of things. Firstly, as I've said, I don't know, 2 dozen times in this House, our healthcare system is in crisis. We've been in 2 public health emergencies, and we have been for 6 years in one case and 2.5 years in the other. And we have been responding in British Columbia with extraordinary action in both cases. the largest increase in building out a system of mental health and addictions on the one hand, and on the other hand, our collective response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which by world standards was extraordinary. The member talks about radiology. In 2016-17, there were 174,000 MRI exams in BC, 174,000. In the Northern Health Authority, where the honourable member lives, there were 22 per thousand. That was a third as much as Ontario. That was their record. What have we done, Honourable Speaker? Well, in that health authority, we more than doubled it. That's what we did in that health authority. And so when radiologists say we need to do better, absolutely so. But when you go from 174,000 to 296,000, when you increase the number of CT scans by 200,000, those represent people getting care sooner, the diagnosis they need sooner, and we're going to continue to do that.
Member for Prince George Wilmot, supplemental.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure what the minister then is saying to specialists in British Columbia who are concerned that people will die on a wait list. That's what they said. Radiologists said that people will find out too late that they have late-stage cancer and have the likelihood of dying in British Columbia because they cannot access medical imaging. We have emergency rooms that have closed dozens of times with short notice, sending people to communities whose hospitals are also overflowing. We have hospitals on diversion. We have healthcare workers that are absolutely at the end of their limit. That is on this minister's watch. And perhaps the organizer of the rally on Saturday, we've had nurses on the front lawn, doctors on the front lawn, families on the front lawn, all trying to get this minister's attention. Here's what the organizer of the rally said on the weekend. And the minister can stand up and simply pass the numbers along. These are real people with real issues that he continues to ignore. Here's what the rally organizer said. And I quote, "We are frustrated to continue to see this crisis go unabated by this government. We need change now," end quote. The change should start at the top. British Columbia cannot afford more of the same. Will the minister do the honourable thing? Stand up, admit that it's time for a change that starts with him, and resign.
Minister of Health.
More thoughtful comments from the opposition health leader, Honourable Speaker. I just want to say that when we talk about the numbers of people who've received more care since 2017, it's made a real difference in lives. I understand the opposition would be uncomfortable with the fact that on MRIs and CT scans, we are near the bottom of the problems. It's radiologists. We're talking about radiologists, Honourable Speaker, and they and everyone else would acknowledge that when you go from the bottom of the country to the top of the country, and comparing with other jurisdictions, when you go from 174,000 MRI exams to 296, when you add 17 new MRI machines to the public system, Honourable Speaker, when you add, Honourable Speaker, medical imaging, Honourable Speaker, radiologists, all of that work done by our extraordinary radiologists in BC, 174,000 exams to 296, every one of those exams, every single one is important to patients, Honourable Speaker, every one of them is important to radiologists. We've delivered 120,000 more than they were in 2017, Honourable Speaker. We went from near the bottom to near the top, and that demonstrates our commitment to public health care responses to the issues facing our country.
The bell ends question period. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present the annual report of the British Columbia Ferry Commissioner for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading Bill 36, Health Professions and Occupations Act.
Minister of Health.
Members, we'd like to get this business underway, so if you have conversations, please take them somewhere else. Thank you. Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I'm moving second reading of Bill 36, the Health Professions and Occupation Act 2022. As noted, Honourable Speaker, this is different from most of the bills that we will be debating this session, indeed in most sessions, in that it's a new act and it's a very significant one that reflects a significant consultation and input from the public, from members of this House, including members of all parties in this House, from outstanding international experts as well, and of course from our health professions and our health colleges, Honourable Speaker. This legislation will enhance patient safety, Honourable Speaker, and improve oversight of regulated health professions. What the new legislation, this legislation sets to do is to set a path forward to modernize the way health professions are regulated in BC by replacing, and that's what we're intending to do here, the former Health Professions Act with the new Health Professions and Occupations Act. These comprehensive changes, Honourable Speaker, will help ensure health professions are regulated more consistently and transparently in the public interest, moving away from a system that is decades old, Honourable Speaker. It's a task that we've done together. The current framework, as you will know, Honourable Speaker, for the regulation of health professions was developed nearly 30 years ago. Healthcare practices, professional oversight, and public expectations have changed significantly since then. Our healthcare system is changing, and we need to ensure that regulated health professionals are keeping up by improving public patient safety and public protection. That's important. Efficiency and effectiveness of BC's regulatory framework, and building public confidence through transparency and accountability. I'll talk a little bit about how we got here today and the work that we've done together. What's the recent history behind this legislation? I'll say to the member opposite, I'll probably take about 35 minutes overall for this, just because I know, having been in opposition, that it's good to know that. As one prepares one's own remarks in this case. In March of 2018, I decided, and the Ministry of Health decided, to launch an inquiry into issues at the time at the then College of Dental Surgeons of BC. We appointed Harry Caton, an expert in health professional regulation, who conducted the inquiry. Also asked him, as part of that inquiry, to review the Health Professions Act, which sets out how health professionals are regulated in BC. In response to this request, Mr. Caton wrote the report, and it's called An Inquiry into the Performance of the College of Dental Surgeons of BC and the Health Professions Act, and was made public on April 11th, 2019. The Caton report recommended approaches to modernize BC's health regulatory framework through legislative reform in the interest of the safety of patients and the public. In response to the recommendations outlined in the Caton report, we did something that I think is quite unusual and quite positive. We established what was called the Steering Committee on the Modernization of Health Professional Regulations. It was myself, as the Minister of Health and representing the government side at the time, the member for Kelowna Lake Country, who was then the health critic for the official opposition, and the member for Cowichan, who was then the health critic and the House leader for the BC Green Party for the third party in the legislature. We, in principle, decided that we would review the report and do our own report that would be based on a unanimous approach to our recommendations. And we worked for a very significant period together, along with the public service and the public, on responding to the Caton report and the recommendations, the practical recommendations that were needed to form the basis of regulatory reform. And in that period, Honourable Speaker, we consulted a lot of people. In the two sets of processes, we received about 6,000 submissions in one form or another from the public, and received those and heard from the public on those issues. And the steering committee joined to make, in fact, a unanimous recommendation. We finalized them for improving the model of health professional regulation. And those recommendations of that report, made by the unanimous members of the committee and who were representing their caucuses at the time, form the basis of this legislation today. The key recommendations dealt with 6 areas, and I want to talk about that a little bit. Enabling cultural safety and humility, that's important in everything we do. Improving governance, reducing the number of regulatory colleges, creating a new oversight body, improving the complaints and discipline process, and improving information sharing across the board. We, after putting our initial recommendations forward, we received a second phase, and then we established our final recommendations on the same issues, Honourable Speaker, after those 2 phases of public consultation. In addition to these 2 phases of public consultation, a very significant amount of consultation was conducted with Indigenous leaders, health regulatory colleges, regional health authority leadership, and several other stakeholder groups that are affected by these changes. In short, Honourable Speaker, we, if anything, ordinarily a minister comes up and introduces the legislation on behalf of the government. In this case, I think, because of the exceptional work, and I want to acknowledge the exceptional work of the member for Kelowna Lake Country, the member for Cowichan, and their successors, including the member for West Side Kelowna, West Kelowna, who is participating in this process, and indeed the current health critic for the official opposition member for Prince George Valemount, all have been in some ways involved, although the primary work was done in the first phase together by the 3 original members. I want to acknowledge their role because, again, when I became Minister of Health, this wasn't my first priority to do a massive reform of health regulatory colleges. But circumstances required that we make changes, circumstances that came from the public, and we responded to that. And I think people on all sides of the House, when invited, responded to that in a spirit of generosity and good sense. And we worked together on that basis, and I think we have to try to do that as much as possible. And I think when that happens and when that occurs, we should acknowledge this. This is their legislation as much as mine. In summary, Honourable Speaker, the new legislation does the following things. I want to go through some of the details of that to sort of lay it out for people who might not have heard of this debate. I think when you consider the number of people regulated by health professions, well over 100,000, and the number of people who go to health professions, which is, one might say, 5 million to 5 million plus, really everybody in the province at one time or another in their lives, Honourable Speaker, is very significant legislation, and it's new legislation, and therefore will make some changes in the way we've historically done business. This is very important legislation. These things are not always reflected in media attention, which is sometimes guided by other things, but this is some of the most important work that I think the government and the opposition will do in this 4 years of legislation that we'll deal with in the legislature. In summary, the new legislation addresses discrimination in healthcare and requires cultural safety and humility to be embedded in the way professionals provide healthcare. It improves governance to ensure regulatory colleges are governing the professions in the public interest. It creates a path to reduce the number of regulatory colleges for improved efficiency and effectiveness. Establishes the creation of an oversight body to ensure the regulatory framework is functioning in the public interest. Creates a new discipline process that is safer and accessibility for patients who experience harm while getting health care. And it improves information sharing, and this includes with the media, but most principally with the public, for better transparency and accountability. I want to break down each element of that to show how the legislation achieves each of these goals. With respect to the proactive approach to eliminating discrimination, the new Act will now be clear that discrimination is a form of professional misconduct and that a regulated health professional who engages in discrimination could be subject to an investigation and discipline. There will also be more clarity to ensure healthcare is practiced in a way that is consistent with objectives of anti-discrimination and improved cultural safety for patients, something that was at the center of the In Plain Sight report that has been published subsequent to our reports on health colleges. Secondly, with respect to improved governance, the new legislation clarifies the role of a regulatory college board as functioning exclusively in the public interest. It shifts away from the election of health professional board members, creating a system where all board members are appointed by a competency-based process. It also establishes smaller boards of regulatory colleges with equal numbers of public and health profession board members. The third thing, a streamlined path to reducing the number of regulatory colleges through amalgamation. We're reducing the number of regulatory colleges to improve efficiency and effectiveness. It's something we've been taking action on since 2017 and before. In that period, we've reduced the number of colleges from 22 to 15. Members of the House will remember early on in my tenure as Minister of Health, we amalgamated the 4 nursing colleges who now have between 60 and 70,000 members, making them by far the largest, in fact, basically half of the regulated health professions. It's now, of course, the College of Nurses and Midwives, Honourable Speaker. And this process was started on the previous Minister of Health, Terry Lake, and concluded in this legislature with legislation I introduced. And since then, other colleges have amalgamated as well. The College of Podiatric Surgeons, for example, which had 87 members and had to fund through the fees of those 87 members an entire college, has joined the College of Physicians and Surgeons. That makes sense. We're seeing the coming together of the 4 dental colleges now in advance of the legislation, which I think will serve the interests of the professions. One of the interesting things in the Caton report was the lack of communication between those professions and indeed between those colleges. Obviously, they'll be working for each other closely now. Team-based care in any area requires us to act as teams, and that's what's happening. So we're seeing a reduction in the number of colleges. It's 22 to 15 now. It will be 6 at the end of this process. And that, I think, is a valuable process, meaning that we have colleges that are strong enough, because some of the smaller colleges in terms of numbers also had the members who earned the least amount of money and required to pay the most to sustain the college. It allows us to ensure we have organizations capable of doing the investigations and doing the work required without putting an undue burden on an individual profession for that. Coming together as 6 as opposed to 24 and then adding to that 24 or 26 or 28 is, I think, the right approach, meaning that we'll have 6 core colleges, many of which, several of which, will have multiple, of course, professional disciplines within them. Under this, and so we're going to have that process go through in a streamlined process and a reduction of the number of regulatory colleges to 6. And this will also, I think, make it less confusing for some patients as to which regulatory colleges they direct complaints to. Fourthly, we create an oversight body to promote accountability, transparency, and consistency across regulatory colleges. The oversight body will conduct routine audits of regulatory colleges, set standards for regulatory colleges on policy and practice, investigate regulatory colleges when necessary, and make recommendations to the Minister on health professions or occupations to be regulated under the Act. Members of the public will also be able to engage directly with the office to submit complaints about the governance activities of a regulatory college or a complaint about this Act or its regulations. The office cannot pursue complaints that relate to matters involving health professionals, as this remains a role of the regulatory college. By having a dedicated place for members of the public to go, the new system adds a layer of accountability on regulatory colleges to ensure they are functioning at a high standard and continue to be laser-focused on their public protection mandate. Next, a new discipline process with improved transparency. And this is an area of some concern and has been for members of the public, as members of the legislature will know from their experience through casework. The complaints and adjudication system will have a new complaints process that separates the investigation stage which will remain with the Regulatory College, and the discipline stage, which will be handled by an independent discipline body. Information about all discipline imposed during a discipline hearing and about all agreements made between regulatory colleges and health professionals will be public in order to increase transparency. Regulatory colleges will provide support workers for those who have experienced sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, or discrimination from regulated health professionals to help navigate through the complaints process in a safe and trauma-informed way. Regulatory College will also fund counseling for people who have experienced sexual abuse, sexual misconduct, or discrimination from regulated health practitioners. The Regulatory College will be able to then recover the associated costs from regulated health practitioners found to have committed them. And finally, greater information sharing. Regulatory College will now have new abilities to share information between each other and with other agencies where necessary for public safety and protection. Enhanced information sharing will remove barriers to improving patient safety, enable more transparency, and improve public trust in the system. Honourable Speaker, at its core, and I think what is always important, because sometimes these debates sound a bit arcane as between colleges and how they operate. At core, what we want are changes that will help people. And I think this legislation, I just want to go through in some detail the connection between people who might be listening to us today and the changes and significant changes we're making today. I think the new legislation helps people in 4 ways. It builds stronger public protection supports, it creates a safer complaints process, it enhances public safety measures, and it ensures greater transparency and accountability. So here's I want some examples of how that does that. When we think of stronger public protections, I think it protects the public from the harms of discrimination in healthcare and promotes anti-discrimination practices by doing the following. The legislation addresses all forms of discrimination by strengthening the response to discrimination when it occurs and promoting anti-discrimination objectives. We've noted that. Health Regulatory College will now be required to take action against professionals who are found to have engaged in any form of discrimination made against protected grounds under the BC Human Rights Code. Discrimination, for example, based on race or color or ancestry are examples of that. And additionally, we are establishing a legal duty for health professionals to report other health professionals who engage in acts of discrimination, and for employers to report to a regulatory college if a discrimination incident occurred that may have resulted in a termination. Often and occasionally, and it's not all the time, but when it happens, we see it, there will be a case of someone who moves within jurisdiction or within positions. It's important that there be transparency about that. The safer complaints process helps the public in the following ways. It opens the doors to complainants who are in a vulnerable position. The new legislation enables such people to request that their identity be protected during the investigation process of a regulated health practitioner. In the past, people may have avoided submitting a complaint or providing information during an investigation process, as it can be traumatizing to do so and could lead to retaliation or the perception of such retaliation. Offering identity protection will encourage more people to come forward to hold regulated health practitioners accountable for their action when required. The new legislation reduces the potential risk of re-traumatizing someone testifying during discipline hearings by allowing reasonable steps to be taken to support them and to shield them from the health professional they are complaining about. For example, this requires sensitive documents to only be disclosed when relevant and necessary. Requiring patients to face the person who perpetrated harm in an adversarial discipline hearing setting or having their sensitive documents disclosed only to damage their credibility can be traumatizing and prevent people that experience harm from coming forward. Allowing the independent discipline body to take steps to prevent this is intended to help people who experience harm feel more comfortable in making complaints. The Health Professions and Occupations Act is offering funding for support. A new provision of the Act creates a pathway to support people through counseling services who have experienced sexual abuse, sexual misconduct, or discrimination by a regulated health professional. To ensure people have prompt access to support services, support can be provided before an investigation reaches a conclusion. The Health Professions and Occupation Act creates a new role of support workers, and in this way creates a safer complaints process as well. A new provision in the legislation creates a funded support worker position for those who have experienced a traumatic experience of sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, or discrimination. by a regulated health professional. These support workers play a dual role. Firstly, they are there to support the complainant through the complaint process. Secondly, they are there to make recommendations and monitor the complaint process to help make it safer and trauma-informed. And the Health Professions and Occupation Act establishes clear definitions for sexual misconduct and sexual abuse. The new legislation defines sexual misconduct to include acts such as sexual manipulation, harassment, and communication. It also defines sexual abuse, which is an attempted or realized sexual act or physical contact of a sexual nature. Defining these terms provides a clear understanding of what they are, which will better hold everyone accountable who commits these harms for their actions and help ensure the severity of discipline matches the severity of the incident. Clear definitions also enhance public understanding of what is prohibited and the basis for which complaints can be made. Enhance public safety, and there are a number of provisions of this Act, and I understand that we'll be dealing with some of these at committee stage, but I just wanted to lay out in general what we would expect those to be. The Superintendent's Office, whose role is to monitor and assess the performance of regulatory colleges, is a new body created by the Health Professions and Occupation Act. Members of the public will be able to engage directly with the office to submit complaints about a regulatory college's actions or policy, providing appropriate oversight. The office can then choose to investigate the regulatory college, complete a report on the findings, and bring issues to the Minister of Health's attention when regulatory colleges don't change or improve. By having a dedicated place for members of the public to go, the new system holds regulatory colleges accountable to the public and streamlines the complaint process, which enhances public protection. The Health Professions and Occupation Act creates a new mechanism to regulate lower-risk health service occupations. The purpose of regulating health service providers is to enhance public protection from health services that may present a risk or harm. However, the current Health Professions Act is binary with only two options: become a fully regulated health professional with their own regulatory college, or don't get regulated. The new legislation creates another pathway for regulation by government. It enables health occupations to become regulated who may not meet the threshold of a health professional, but where there is some risk which requires a level of regulation commensurate with that risk. When health occupations are not held to the same regulatory standards, they aren't the same regulatory standards as health professionals, they must uphold anti-discrimination objectives and can lose their authority to practice for committing emotional, financial, physical, and sexual abuse or neglect of a patient. The Health Professions and Occupation Act enhances public safety through regulatory college boards. Regulatory colleges get their direction from a board. Under the current Health Professions Act, a proportion of board members are elected by health professionals through an election process. This system has created a misconception that health professionals are members of a regulatory college and beholden to those who elect them. However, a regulatory college's goal is to protect the public, not those that they govern. The new legislation removes the election process and replaces it with a merit-based appointment system. This is an issue of which we had long discussions with people, of course. The new system will ensure regulatory board members have the right skills and competencies to effectively regulate health professionals with the goal of enhancing patient safety. And finally, greater transparency. The Health Professions and Occupation Act enhances communications between employers and regulatory colleges. The Health Professions and Occupations Act requires that employers and regulatory health practitioners are notified when an employee has been disciplined or has had their practice restricted for any reason by the regulatory college. When an employer makes a decision to let a health professional go due to sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, or discrimination, the employer will be required to inform the regulatory college who regulates that health professional. The Health Professions and Occupation Act streamlines the amalgamation process, of course, in order to create fewer and stronger regulatory colleges. Honourable Speaker, we are also, I think, in this process, acknowledging some of the very significant challenge in new professions who are not currently regulated health professionals but would wish to become regulated. In the past, such processes have taken years and years and years and years. And often the public demand for this, and even the professional demand for this, wishes that to be significantly more, Honourable Speaker. The diagnostic and therapeutic professions, for example, are one example of health professionals who've wanted to be regulated in their own college for some years. The process takes much, much too long. It involves their process and the government's process and legislation in the House. This process will allow, and this is an important question for all members, I think, of the committee and members of the public and members of groups such as counselors, such as the therapeutic professions, such as perhaps potentially ambulance paramedics and others, to get regulated. If it takes too long, then it's almost impossible to move forward in that way for many of them, or to deal with rapidly changing circumstances. Just as if the only tool for overseeing health regulatory bodies is for the minister to put them under administration, that's a strong tool, but it's not a very subtle tool as well. So we have changes here, and we are proceeding, in particular in those cases, with the diagnostic and therapeutic professions who are well along the road to be regulated by the allied health and care professionals, college, and to equally move forward with counselors. And that process is underway, and we are hoping that process will coincide with the bringing into force of the legislation, Honourable Speaker. In short, this is a more flexible system as well. So I wanted to again, express my appreciation to the member for Cowichan, the member for Kelowna Lake Country, the members of the House, and to all of those involved in this process. We know that our health professionals and our health colleges are committed to the public interest and do extraordinary work. We know that when issues such as some of the ones I've discussed here come forward, they are exceptions, but important ones. We know that the standard of health professional regulation is critically important in a society that so depends on health professionals. It's the public healthcare system, and then there are a number of health professionals that are primarily not in a public system, but are in a separate system. For example, naturopathic physicians and others who are not principally providing services within the public healthcare system, but are recognized as health professionals, wanted to be recognized as health professionals, were recognized as health professionals by previous governments, either the previous Liberal government, the previous NDP government, or governments before that, and are regulated and expected to hold and be held to a high standard regardless. When you're a health professional, we expect you to have a high standard in BC. These are, of course, challenging times, and there's often criticism of health colleges. And I think an increase, and I think the committee felt this, an increase in transparency would allow, and will allow people to understand more, and will actually benefit those colleges by ensuring that people see when they act what happens, see when action is taken based on a complaint what happens, and understand that there's accountability and oversight for those colleges as well. I think that balance of ensuring more oversight but fewer colleges, for not seeing us go forward from 22 to 24 to 26 colleges as is necessary. I think we regulate, for example, counselors of the diagnostic professions, potentially other professions, that we keep simply adding regulatory colleges, but that we bring and make our system more efficient and make these colleges stronger and working together, and in a time of team-based care, ensuring that health professional colleges act in teams as well. I think this is a positive approach. So I wanted to conclude by again thanking all of the people involved in this process. I've noted the exceptional role of members of the opposition, to whom I'm very grateful, to officials of the Ministry of Health, who have done an exceptional work and proceeded and pursued this task with dedication. I want to thank the health professional colleges and all of our health professionals for being open to a necessary change. A change is always difficult, and being so open and so willing to participate in a serious way in this process. I want to thank everyone in BC for making this legislation possible, and I have to say, of course, that once the legislation is passed, even a greater effort will be required in implementing that legislation. But we're putting in place a legislation for the 21st century that ensures accountability. I think legislation that's going to be followed in other jurisdictions in the country. Legislation that ensures greater cultural safety, greater transparency, legislation that makes the system more efficient and I would argue less expensive for many health professionals, and legislation that allows us to expand the number of regulatory health professionals in a more efficient way and integrate those professionals when they come in to colleges, not in their own colleges separate from all the others, but part of broader colleges and working with other health professionals to put in place a high level of professional regulation and responsibility. Like I say, people are going to hear this debate over the next few days, however long it takes. It's a long bill. And they're going to, so sorry, the member for Skeena was, may not be listening to it as carefully as other people in the last few days. He was just giving me a hard time over there, which is fair enough. But I think we're going to see some of these issues maybe seen as narrow, but overall, there will not be British Columbians who are not in the course of their lives affected by this discussion. So I expect that we'll have a thorough discussion of what this massive effort to put the recommendations of the committee and of Mr. Caton into law, how they did that and the clarifying questions that will be very important for members of the opposition. But I want to say finally that I'm proud of this work. To say when I became Minister of Health, I didn't plan to bring forward a Health Professions Act, but circumstances required that. And instead of standing in the way of that, we shared responsibility and accountability with other members of the House, and they participated in good faith. And we have today legislation that reflects that effort, reflects the 6,000 people who participated in the process, reflects the views of members on all sides of the House, and I think will serve us well in this 21st century as we move forward to regulating our existing health professionals, others who want to become health professionals, and most importantly, protecting the public. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health. Member for Prince George, Valemount.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for those comments. Certainly one of the words that I will agree with right off the top is to use the word massive, and I can honestly say that in my time in the legislature, I can't remember seeing a bill that has 645 sections in it. There is going to be some substantive discussion about the bill that the minister has tabled. And I think we actually need to, first of all, and I also want to say to the minister that in many ways it's a sad commentary on the work we do when the minister describes the process that was undertaken as unusual and positive. Positive is a good part. Unusual is the fact that rarely do we see the kind of effort that was made to actually be inclusive in terms of the work that was done leading up to the creation of this piece of legislation. And I think that that's something that will warrant further discussion as we look at the processes in place here in the legislature. But I want to back up for just a minute because today as we speak, British Columbians have probably no idea that this work has been undertaken or certainly are probably not aware that it's on the floor of the legislature. And one of the things that's pretty important about this bill and what regulatory colleges actually do in British Columbia is make sure that when you have a relationship with a healthcare professional in British Columbia that there are expectations about what that relationship looks like. And I think most British Columbians assume what that looks like and how that happens. I don't think they particularly pay a lot of attention intentionally to the regulatory colleges, but it's a pretty essential piece of what happens. And when you think about the mandate of regulatory colleges, their mandate is to serve and protect the public at all times. And so when you think about the process that the minister's undertaken, that really is the underpinning of the work that's been done. The work is twofold. One is about protecting British Columbians, and the way that colleges do that is by ensuring that their registrants, the people that are members of their colleges, are qualified, that they're competent, and that they're following standards of practice and ethics. And so colleges are also in the position of responding to complaints, both from patients and the public. And so one of the things that's going to be critical in our discussion with the minister as we engage over these 645 sections is talking about an increase in transparency and what that looks like. And the colleges today, if they must take action. There isn't a question of whether they do or not. They must take action if one of their registrants is incompetent, unethical, illegal, or impaired in some manner. And I think those are pretty fundamental things when we're looking at the provision of healthcare in British Columbia. And what we want to know is that the healthcare professions that are in the system in British Columbia meet all of those particular characteristics: qualified, competent, following standards of practice. We also know, and I've heard this, in fact, from one of my colleagues who's been in a regulated college, is members themselves want to ensure that people who are their colleagues in that profession are actually all of those things as well: competent, that they are following standards of practice. So I think there's a mutual interest from the people who are regulated. As the minister pointed out, there's about 100,000 people who are impacted by this particular bill, but it impacts all British Columbians, and so it is incredibly important work. So I want to let the minister know that when we engage in some discussion through committee, that obviously later today he will hear from our member who was engaged in the work, along with the leader of the third party. The MLA from Kelowna Lake Country will be participating. We're also going to have the MLA from Vancouver Langara. He is the critic for Aboriginal relations, and it's an important element of this work that was not the focus of the work done by the steering committee. But again, looking at the issue of humility and cultural safety, looking at the aftermath of the report in plain sight. And so my colleague from Vancouver Langara is taking a look at that. I have a colleague that will look at, in particular, the issue of clinical counselors. We know that there is some intent to potentially look at clinical counselors. So the MLA from West Vancouver Capilano will take a look and have some conversation with the minister about that. And then my colleague, actually where I represent from Prince George Mackenzie, who was a member of the Health Professions Review Board, wants to have a better understanding of how that independent structure is actually impacted by this piece of legislation. So let's talk a little bit about what actually the minister, and first of all, we should begin by saying that bills of any size, but this one in particular, don't simply appear on the legislature floor. It takes the work of an incredible team of dedicated professionals in the health ministry, drafting, looking at the content, because I want the minister to know that, when he outlines the principles that are important in this piece of legislation, those are things that we certainly as an opposition, the leader of the third party I'm sure will speak as well, have a good sense of understanding about. But we also need to recognize that when you take those policies and turn them into law, we need to make sure that what we're talking about is the same thing. And one of the concerns that I have certainly is that this is an enabling piece of legislation. And we have continuously raised in this House with the government the fact that much of the very specific detail about how this bill comes to life, how it actually works in practice, is done in regulation. And so what happens, those details and that work is done behind closed doors. It isn't done on the floor of the legislature. And particularly in the case of a new bill, we are not talking about minor amendments here. We were talking about a brand new bill. And you make that decision based on how much of it you have to amend. And so there is a very significant shift in this bill. So I want the minister to know that, certainly I think it is our intent as opposition to allow this bill to pass through second reading. And then we'll have the opportunity to look in much, much more detail at the sections that have been presented in the bill, and our ultimate either support for the bill or not will be based on the discussion that we have in committee stage as we ask those very hard questions. And that, of course, is despite the fact that there was a collaborative process to get us to this place. We want to make sure that if we're making these changes, first of all, that they are understood, that there are as few unintended consequences as possible, and we will pursue that during committee stage. So the Minister has walked us through some of the steps that were taken. And one of the things that struck me when I was looking back at the history of this, because of course my colleague will speak to the work that he did as part of the steering committee, but the steering committee was actually guided by a number of objectives. And the number one, of course, objective was to improve patient safety. And we want to make sure that that is captured in all of the changes that the Minister is recommending today. And of course, public protection, improving efficiency and effectiveness of the regulatory framework, and probably most importantly is improving public confidence. And one of the ways we do that in legislation is by increasing transparency. And there is a very substantive change here when it comes to the disciplinary process, and we will look at what that looks like and how that will be accomplished. And I can imagine that there's probably some concern on members of the colleges about that shift in how discipline will not only be processed, but what the end result is. And the end result will be that if a person, after a fair process, separate from the investigative process, that person's both the issue that has been brought for discipline and the discipline, as I understand it, will be made public. And so those are things that we'll walk through in terms of how are we making sure that that person is protected until that point in time, and we know that that is the ultimate outcome. Those are the kinds of questions that we'll be asking. But we should remember the history of what happened here. And I think there's also an example to be made of the way the process worked. It was an iterative process. So the Minister actually had a number of steps involved in the process. And when you look at the work that the Caton inquiry did, the report actually looks at two parts. The first part is it makes recommendations specifically to the College of Dental Surgeons of British Columbia. And secondly is possible suggestions to look at modernization of the overall health regulatory framework. So that was in the spring of 2019. The Minister then, in response to that, especially part two, which was the public interest side and the modernization overall, the Minister established and chaired the Steering Committee on Modernization, and ultimately had a phase of public consultation where members of the public, health sector stakeholders were invited to provide written feedback. We went through, the Steering Committee went through a number of other steps, which leads us to earlier this month, eventually the bill appears here in the Legislature. So we should point out that, this bill, while core to making sure that healthcare services and the provision of services, the people who provide those services is paramount, this bill certainly, and I will wait for the Minister in committee, but this does little to deal with the current situation in healthcare in terms of many of the other challenges that we're facing. And that doesn't mean it won't have an impact necessarily on the system as a whole, but it is not about fixing the specific challenges that we're facing in healthcare. And so we have to make sure that while this is important work, we don't want to see there be any unintended consequences that further exacerbate the challenges we're facing in the healthcare system. So this has been a work in progress for literally years. And again, I'm grateful to the people who participated in the process. You'll hear from the leader of the third party and obviously our MLA for Kelowna Lake Country. But The main purpose was to look at a series of recommendations in terms of how we modernize the health profession regulatory framework. And there was a lot of discussion and consultation. Very significant recommendations have been made. As I've mentioned, including cultural safety and humility. And I know that there's going to be a need for us to have a conversation about that, because the steering committee work actually, I think, concluded before that work was considered as part of the legislation. So that's going to be an important discussion. The bill that is written, certainly as much as we've had the chance to look at all of the sections, does include many of these changes. And its main intent, of course, is to protect the public and streamline the way we regulate health professions. And both of those goals are things that I think most people, including us, would be supportive of. But again, it's in the details. When you create law, it is very difficult to change it. And so what we want to do is make sure that we're getting it right as much as possible in the first iteration of this law. And again, I do have concerns about the fact that it is enabling, and there will be a great deal of work that is done by regulation. And that concerns all legislators, and we raise that frequently in this House. So we do want to recognize that it's taken a lot of work to make sure that the bill appeared here, dedicated staff and committee members who literally took part in years-long processes to get us where we are. So I want to just talk about a couple of things as we think about this. So the Health Profession Act deals with currently the number of regulated health professions. 25 regulated health professions are currently governed by 15 regulatory colleges. And colleges have a legal obligation to protect the public through the regulation of their registrants. And so what they do is they determine registration requirements, they set standards of practice, they recognize education programs, they maintain literally a register that everyone can search, and critically, they address complaints about their registrant. So currently, at the moment, colleges review all of the complaints about the professionals they regulate, including both current and former registrants. But Bill 36 significantly expands on the previous duties of a college and establishes a series of guiding principles that will be applied to all those that are governed under the Act. Colleges, the Office of the Superintendent, the Director of Discipline, which, by the way, are new, the Office of the Superintendent, the Director of Discipline. So that the guiding principles will be applied to everyone who is governed by the Act. The principles include, and important to note, that they act in accordance with the United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, or UNDRIP. And that's a very important piece of this legislation, and I know that my colleague will be raising some of those issues and discussion in greater detail later in the debate. Other principles include procedural fairness, respect for privacy, promotion of a holistic healthcare system, and identifying and removing barriers for extra-jurisdictional practitioners. And so the latter part of that speaks to those who are internationally trained and educated. And as the minister pointed out, the bill also creates a much clearer path for an unregulated health profession to apply and receive designation. But one of the very significant pieces of this bill is the creation of a new office, a new oversight body, and that will be the Office of the Superintendent. The superintendent would be appointed by Cabinet and would have a number of duties, which include providing advice and recommendations to the minister on the administration and amendments of the Act and the regulations, the performance improvement by regulators, and other matters that are requested by the minister. So it'll be interesting to know how the minister expects to set up that relationship with the superintendent's office, brand new to the Act. Also, the superintendent will be expected to promote awareness and adherence to the guiding principles, to promote regulatory consistency. And that's certainly one of the things that, in the work that was done by the steering committee, one of the key things that was heard was the fact that there was concerns about inconsistency. The superintendent will also report on regulatory performance and make recommendations for improvement, to publish information and records that are deemed to be of public interest. And of course, there's always the other duties as set by the minister. The superintendent will also have the ability to conduct an assessment of an unregulated health profession, and the minister spoke to groups of health professionals that previous to this have found it very difficult to find a pathway to regulation. So this act, the new act, will give the superintendent the ability to look at that assessment of an unregulated health profession or an occupation, if regulation is needed or if different regulation is needed, if required by the minister, or if the superintendent determines assessment would be in the public interest. Again, always looking at what's in the best public interest. The bill clearly sets out a process for how an assessment would be conducted. However, again, parameters will be decided and left to the minister to decide. So, for example, scope, conduct, timeline, all of those things are not captured in this bill, so the minister will have the opportunity to make those decisions. In Section 440, the superintendent may require colleges to pay a general administration fee to be set by the superintendent, again, subject to regulation. And what that means is the cost of the superintendent's office is going to be covered by the regulators. And so I think it's going to be critical for the colleges and for us to understand exactly what the implications of that decision to have the superintendent's office funded out of the by the regulators, what that means. And while the Office of the Superintendent is an independent body, there is a provision in this bill that requires the superintendent to comply with any orders that the minister makes. So again, that's a relationship that we will want to explore in terms of what does the minister anticipate, or at what point would he anticipate that, that there would be specific orders he might make or she might make to the superintendent. The Office of the Superintendent is a significant creation in this bill, but the bill also creates an independent discipline tribunal. So the tribunal brings discipline, it removes the discipline from the jurisdiction of the colleges, which the minister mentioned, to the independent body. But the investigation piece remains with colleges, and the new tribunal will deal with the disciplinary piece. You know, when we look at this concept initially, it seems to make sense that there would be a more independent and transparent process in terms of the final decision around discipline. But again, we're going to have questions in terms of what that looks like in practice, and of course, what it means for individuals who might be part of that process. Another very significant change in the Act is the way that regulatory colleges boards are created. So under the new system, one of the superintendent's office's purpose is to develop and implement a merit-based selection process for the appointment of members to boards of regulatory colleges. Despite that, it is the minister who will ultimately make the board appointments based on the recommendations of the superintendent. So that is a very substantive shift. And I'm certain there must have been a great deal of discussion about that with the colleges, because currently colleges have the ability to elect members to their board. And so it'll be interesting to hear not only the rationale, but how the minister feels that will work in terms of the practical application of that. The other area that we're very interested in is internationally trained professionals. We will make no, we will certainly be clear about the fact that we think it needs to be easier for, particularly when we look at the number of Canadians who have gone and trained in other parts of the world with very highly accredited institutions. We want to make sure that at a time when we need them most, they're able to actually work in British Columbia. So we'll want to take a look at the piece that talks about, are there impacts on internationally trained and educated healthcare professionals? In addition to the guiding principle piece, under Part 3, Division 3, Section 50, regulatory colleges would be required to create bylaws specific to the processes and requirements for licensing extra-jurisdictional applicants, including the issuance of provisional licenses. That, from my perspective, doesn't sound like it is an expeditious way to make sure that we're moving people who are credentialed into the system. So this would, although, appear to respond to the minister's mandate letter, which required the minister to improve the province's credential recognition process and licensing. So we're going to want to make sure that that isn't adding another layer of that's going to take time and extra regulation. The expediting of approvals for internationally trained healthcare professionals is something that the official opposition has been calling for months. So if the bill actually addresses that and actually speeds that up, obviously in an appropriate way, that will we would consider that quite beneficial. Among the duties established in the bill, there is a requirement for a designated health profession licensee to practice ethically, which includes the requirement for a licensee to practice a designated health profession in an ethical manner in accordance with ethical standards, as well as for the board to make bylaws respecting ethics standards. The latter includes a requirement for the board to make bylaws respecting providing false or misleading information to patients of or the public. There's also a new duty to practice in accordance with the principles of protecting the public, as the minister mentioned, from harassment, discrimination, to take anti-discrimination measures and so forth. And that is a constant and interwoven theme in the bill. There are also additional elements in this bill that respond to issues that have arisen during the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, provisions in Part 7 relate to public health emergencies and emergency orders, specifically the duration of emergency orders end dates and consultations required for emergency orders. So as we go through this bill, we also need to keep in mind that it is largely enabling legislation. Much of what the bill seeks to accomplish is not done in the text of the legislation, but through a regulation at a later date at the discretion of the minister. This, while it allows the government to potentially be more nimble where flexibility is necessary, it also raises significant questions about how those regulations will be determined. There are very broad regulation-making powers affecting designation assessments of health professions and occupations, including the criteria to be used when deciding whether a health profession or occupation should be regulated, what regulatory model should be used, and the powers and duties of a health occupation director when governing a designated health occupation. And there are other reg-making powers regarding hearings, as conducted by a discipline panel or by the director of discipline, regulatory complaints, restorative processes, monetary penalties, as well as setting rates, tariffs, and others to recover costs or expenses, support programs administered by regulators, broadly defined general matters, restructuring of regulators, and the appointment of discipline panels and the superintendent's office matters that relate to fees, applications to court. So as you can see, while some of these make sense as regulation making powers, it means that there is so much that we will not know about what the bill will do and how there are potential impacts on individuals governed by colleges, and also how it will impact our already burdened healthcare system. So we certainly will be examining the bill closely and thoroughly in committee. As I said, a number of my colleagues will be participating in that process. And I think that it is very difficult to be critical of a bill that is going to protect the public interest and make sure that healthcare professionals are actually competent and following standards-based practice. Those are important principles that I think any British Columbian would think is essential. It is when you take those policies and create law that the questions need to be asked and answered. So I do want to thank the Minister's staff in particular for being available to speak to us about the bill. We certainly, it would have taken days to walk through it line by line, so as you can imagine, that did not occur. But I do appreciate, we appreciate the efforts that have been made by the Minister's staff, and others who have been engaged in helping us prepare for the follow-up committee work and for the steering committee that worked hard. So I thank the Minister for his comments. We will certainly be supporting the passage of bill through second reading. And again, we will make our final determination about our support for the bill after we have worked our way through committee stage. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Member. Leader of the third party.
Oh, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 36 and thank the Minister for his comments and the member for Prince George Valemount for hers. It's always interesting to listen to how the lenses really through which we're looking at a piece of legislation like this. And I think one thing, a starting place we can all agree on, is the importance of public safety, public trust, and public confidence when it comes to the regulation of healthcare professionals in our healthcare system. And I just want to start sort of from the perspective of a regular person, a citizen accessing the healthcare system. And I think all of us have this sense of an expectation that there are rules in place, there's regulations happening, that as a patient or a person accessing the system, there is a level of protection that comes with that, that there are bodies that are overseeing and ensuring that my safety is considered to be paramount in the system. And that is absolutely a situation and a scenario that we want to ensure we have in British Columbia when it comes to the healthcare system. And as has been noted, the member for Kelowna Lake Country and I participated as a part of a steering committee with the Minister for Health back in what feels like a very long time ago, 2019, I believe, and we're participating in reviewing the report from Mr. Caton and in working with the Minister and his staff to produce a report that was delivered. And I will add a clarification, however. We participated, and I won't speak for the member from Kelowna Lake Country, but we participated in the production of that report, but that's where the participation really ended. I was in no way involved in the legislative process here. I saw the legislation at the same time as my colleagues in the official opposition, which was just a few days ago. So the Minister talks about 6 key areas: cultural safety, improving governance, reducing the number of colleges, new oversight body, improving the complaints process, and transparency when it comes to the public. And I think these are all laudable aspirations and goals to have. And I think the lens through which we would always want to be looking at this is the lens of the person accessing the healthcare system, and do these steps achieve these outcomes, and how are we measuring that success? These are really significant changes, and I expect there will be aspects and elements that different colleges, different professionals, different stakeholders will have concerns about. And as was raised by the member for Prince George Valemount, this will have to be an iterative process. There will have to be a recognition that things won't be necessarily all perfect the first time around. As we saw with professional governance, there were amendments to that bill that have already come in just a few years after that bill was introduced for a similar restructuring of governance and regulation in the resource sector and the professionals that are involved in that. I want to talk a little bit about what has come up quite a bit in both comments from the minister and the opposition member around increased transparency and accountability. And absolutely, Honourable Speaker, this is critical for building that public trust, that sense of public confidence, and ensuring that what we are achieving is a sense for people of British Columbia that they can be assured when they're accessing the healthcare system, it's their safety and protection is paramount. There is some irony in this, in that we have currently in our healthcare system some pretty significant deficits when it comes to transparency and accountability. We have some ongoing concerns that are being raised with all of us in here around accessing information, seeing data, and understanding the workings of the healthcare system, and whether or not it is actually meeting the needs of people in a really transparent and accountable way. And so I would say that as we look at this legislation and consider the outcomes that we're trying to achieve with it, that lens should be applied to the healthcare system writ large, and not just to the regulatory colleges and the health professionals, but are our health authorities being transparent and accountable? Is the data being made available to people? Is government being transparent and accountable? Because we have to recognize what we are expecting from health professionals and health colleges. That same expectation should absolutely be on government and the health authorities that are delivering healthcare in this province. And you know, I don't think it's really hard to dismiss the fact that this government and this province and this healthcare system have had some pretty serious concerns raised around that lack of data availability, lack of transparency, and lack of accountability. I just want to speak, I have a few more notes here, to the points raised by the member for Prince George Valemount. The piece around enabling legislation also speaks to this. And again, I'm going to quote my friend Laura Colpitts, and I'm going to tell her to check Hansard that her name's there. Laura Colpitts used to say in the days of Shawnigan, which was really in our efforts to protect our watershed there, that was very much what we saw was a failure of regulation, a failure of government to protect public interest and public safety, putting a permit for a 5 million ton contaminated landfill site at the headwaters of our watershed. But Laura Colpitts, who was very involved in our efforts in Shawnigan, she used to say, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And we have seen a growing trend, and I will acknowledge openly, it's not just in British Columbia, but we've seen a growing trend in Canadian parliaments, legislatures across the country, the federal parliament, in other parliamentary systems, this tendency, this growing tendency towards enabling legislation. We had a piece of legislation in the spring session that was essentially blank. We couldn't debate it. We didn't know what we were debating. You know, I recognize that this is a rather significant and complex piece of legislation. There's a lot that is being done here. But there's also that orientation that we want governments to have, particularly in a democracy, towards shining a light as much as possible, making that part of the process so that the public is not left wondering what is happening behind closed doors, what kind of decisions are being made. And when we see this increase in more and more details being left to be brought in by regulation, and we see this growing trend of enabling legislation, there is an irony that goes along with a piece of legislation like this that has embedded in it the goal of more transparency and more data available to the public, that, as Laura would say, how we do one thing is how we do everything. So I think that, we too will be watching and participating in the committee stage of this. This is I think the member from Prince George Vermont said maybe the biggest bill she's ever seen in terms of number of clauses. It's a huge bill. And so there's a lot in there to get clarification on, to get details on, so that it's well understood as it goes through the processes, which is one of the benefits of parliamentary democracy, is that teasing out of what is the intention here, how do we understand this legislation, what are the consequences, what are the implications, what are the expectations, and ideally that helps to inform how we're measuring the success of this. And so we will be, of course, supporting this at second reading and watching very closely as it goes through. The goals are very laudable, and we should be embracing all of these kinds of goals. And the job of all of us in here is to make sure that we are achieving, ideally, going to be achieving these goals with the legislative work that's being done. And I appreciate the opportunity that I had to be part of that steering committee in 2019. And I think that it was an example of the kind of participation that we can see across party lines in here that contributes to really a deepening of the legislative work and a weakening of the partisanship that can often so many times be so overwhelming in here, that partisanship. But we don't have to be in a minority government to do that. We can always look for ways to deepen that collaboration and that work across party lines. There are perspectives to be brought that are so important. The member for Kelowna Lake Country, was certainly one of the most diligent and hardworking members of a steering committee that I've ever worked on with, and I really appreciated what he brought. And, from my perspective, it was really critical to raise issues and concerns that had been coming into my constituency and noticing trends, particularly around the lack of regulation when it comes to councillors in this province, and also the lack of regulation of social workers who work within the Ministry of Children and Families, that they're not regulated by their own college in this province. And I think that remains an outstanding issue that needs to be addressed. And I hope to see, again, that level of expectation of transparency, accountability, and public trust being put at the forefront of what we're doing. And with that, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Richmond, Queensborough.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I rise to put my support behind Bill 36. Members have spoken about the voluminous nature of this bill. I do not envy the ministers the time that he's going to have in committee stage, so I wish him luck there. Well, yep, and if he needs any of our help, which we are here for him. You'll often, and I'll probably repeat it for the next few years as long as I'm here, often hear me say that government is all about choice, and this bill reflects that as well. And really, a bill that has, I don't know, several hundred sections. And what's really illuminating is that after the sort of interpretation sections in the beginning, one of the first two sections that you see are the sections on sexual misconduct and sexual abuse and discrimination. So really sort of shines light on the perspective of caring for public safety and really caring for the public. That's really part of this bill. The explanatory note that comes, I'm not going to go through the bill. Thank God. You will? At committee stage, yeah. That's going to take a few days. But, what the bill does is it replaces the Health Professions Act. And I like the explanatory note because it really encapsulates what's here. The primary objectives of the bill are to prioritize protection of the public and to facilitate good governance by regulators. And again, you see that reflected right in those first initial sections on, and in direct response to the report from In Plain Sight and other things and what we've seen in our system. What the bill does, it expands the regulation. I'm going to just read out this. The bill expands the regulation of health service providers, while the practice of health professionals continues under this bill to be fully regulated through self-regulating bodies. More flexible models of regulation are available under this bill for the practice of health occupations that present a lower risk of harm to the public. And again, many regulations out there that want to be part of a regulatory structure, this allows them to be recognized as health professions. It streamlines the process for designating new health professions and occupations. It also clarifies processes for creating and combining regulatory bodies and transferring the governance of health professions and occupations between regulators. Also establishes the Office of Superintendent of Health Profession. My friends have spoken about it earlier. And it establishes with the Superintendent's Office an independent discipline tribunal. Really important for regulators because oftentimes, these colleges and regulators are set up as self-regulating bodies and what happens is important, but public perception of what happens is far more important. And to have an independent discipline tribunal lends credence to that. So that's Bill 36, the Health Professions and Occupations Act. So what exactly, as I said, what is being announced today? What is being introduced today? So this new legislation will enhance patient safety and it'll improve oversight of regulated health professionals. It sets a path forward to modernize the way health professions are regulated in British Columbia by replacing the former act with the new Health Professions and Occupations Act. These are comprehensive changes, and they'll ensure health professionals are regulated more consistently and transparently, and more in the public interest. It moves away from a system that is decades old. And the reasoning for this being done, the current regulation is old, it's outdated, it hasn't moved with society. It was developed, the current health regulation that exists right now before this bill was developed over 3 decades ago. Healthcare practices, professional oversight, and public expectations have changed significantly since then. What constitutes healthcare has changed significantly since then. We've seen an expansion of the types of providers out there. Our healthcare system is changing. We have to adapt to that, and we need to ensure that the regulated health professionals change with the times. We need to be able to keep up to improve patient safety and public protection, to make sure that BC's regulatory framework is effective and efficient. And again, public confidence, right? Public perception is really key. So increasing public confidence through transparency and accountability, and Bill 36 does all of that. And like many pieces of legislation, there is a history. Not only is it decades old and needs to be overhauled, but in March of 2018, the Ministry of Health launched an inquiry into the College of Dental Surgeons of BC. Harry Caton, an expert in health professional regulation, conducted the inquiry, and what we see now is part of that. In response to the inquiry, Mr. Caton wrote a report, and that report was made public in 2019. And as my friends have spoken earlier, Mr. Caton recommended that BC's health regulatory framework be modernized through legislative reform to improve governance and regulatory performance in the interests of the public, safety of patients, and public in general. And in response to those recommendations, the Minister of Health established and chaired the steering committee. My friend, the leader of the third party, was on it, as were others. I believe we're going to be hearing from our friend later on today. A public consultation on the Caton report with suggestions on its suggestions to modernize health regulation was held from May to June of 2019. And after reviewing this public consultation feedback and their suggestions, the steering committee then developed a further consultation paper to seek public feedback on the proposed changes to the health professions regulation. And that consultation was open for public feedback from November of 2019 to January 2020. The feedback from the consultation assisted the steering committee to finalize recommendations that were finally finalized in August of 2020 to improve the model of health professional regulations. And the 6 recommendations that there are, which is really essentially what this bill breaks down to, are to enable cultural safety and humility, improve governance of the health professions, to reduce the number of regulatory colleges. I think there were many at this point. Create a new oversight body that oversees all of the regulatory colleges, including a disciplinary body, improve the complaints and discipline process, and improve information sharing in the public interest. So what does this new legislation do? It addresses discrimination in the healthcare system and requires cultural safety and humility to be embedded in the ways professionals provide healthcare and take care of the public. It improves governance to ensure regulatory colleges are governing the professions, their own professions, in the public interest. They're still self-governing, but there is that overarching interest that they have to accede to. It creates a path to reduce the number of regulatory colleges for the improved efficiency and effectiveness. And as I said earlier, there's other healthcare professions out there that want to be recognized. And instead of creating numerous colleges with their own separate rules, this is a much more efficient and transparent system. It establishes the creation of an oversight body to ensure that the regulatory framework is functioning in the public interest. And it creates a new discipline process that is safer and accessible for patients who have experienced harm while getting health care. For patients who have suffered harm, sometimes there is that stigma of going back to the same healthcare or to the regulating body of that healthcare profession that is made up of the same people that would have possibly caused that harm. So having an independent discipline process improves public safety, improves public perception. Process also improves the information sharing for better transparency and accountability. The Health Professions and Occupations Act will now be clear that discrimination, again, is right in the first few pages of the legislation, will be a form of professional misconduct, and that a regulated health professional who engages in discrimination will be subject to investigation and could be disciplined. There will also now be more clarity to ensure that healthcare is practiced in a manner that is consistent with the objectives for anti-discrimination and improved cultural safety for patients. The new legislation also clarifies the role of the Regulatory College Board as functioning exclusively in the public interest. It shifts away, so it really breaks down the mishmash that we had before of a regulatory college and a professional association. They were both sort of the same thing. And what this really does is it creates that wall. This is a regulatory college. It's there exclusively to rule and govern in the public interest. Healthcare professionals can have separate associations that advocate for them and advocate for their interests, but that's not what a regulatory college board will be designed to do. It shifts away from the election of health profession board members, creating a system where all board members are appointed by a competency-based process, and it establishes smaller boards of regulatory colleges with equal numbers of public and health profession board members. And what we've done here is we've streamlined the path to reducing the number of regulatory colleges through amalgamating some of them. Reducing the number of regulatory colleges to improve efficiency and effectiveness has been something our government has taken action on since 2017, when we passed the legislation to allow college amalgamations. Since then, we've reduced the number of colleges from 22 to 15. Under this act, those amalgamations will continue, but with a more streamlined process. This will ultimately reduce the total number of regulatory colleges to 6. So that's down from 22 that there were in 2017 to ultimately 6. It'll enhance their ability to regulate and make it less confusing for patients as to which regulatory college they direct their complaints to. And it'll allow for those healthcare professionals who are sort of outside of the system to fit in one of those 6 regulatory colleges if they choose to do so. And most health professionals that are not in the traditional healthcare stream will want to do so. It lends credibility to their profession. And the oversight body that the legislation will create will conduct routine audits of regulatory colleges. It'll set standards across the board for regulatory colleges on policy and practice. It also will have the power to investigate those colleges when necessary and make recommendations to the minister on health professions or occupations to be regulated under the Act. Members of the public will also be able to engage directly with the office to submit complaints about the governance activities of a regulatory college or to make a complaint about the Act or regulations. The office cannot pursue complaints that relate to matters involving individual health professionals, as that will still remain the sole jurisdiction of the regulatory college itself. By having a dedicated place for members of the public to go, the new system adds another layer of accountability on regulatory colleges to ensure that they're functioning at the very high standard that we require them to, and to continue to be laser focused on public protection as their main mandate. There'll be a new discipline process with improved transparency. The complaints and adjudication system will have a new complaints process that separates the investigative stage, which will remain with the regulatory college, and the discipline stage, which will be handled again by an independent discipline body. Again, it's not just what actually happens, it's also the public perception of what actually happens. And having an independent discipline body gives credibility to the actions and the results that come from that discipline body. Information about all discipline imposed during a discipline hearing and about all agreements made between regulatory colleges and health professionals will be made public in order to increase transparency. Again, the crux of this legislation is for public safety. Regulatory colleges will provide support workers for those who have experienced sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, or discrimination from regulated health professionals, practitioners, to help navigate through the complaints process in a safe and trauma-informed way. What you often see is victims don't have a process that aids them. They don't have an association or a professional body that'll help them through this. They're sort of left out in the cold. And what this does is it provides support workers. It actually does that. It provides support workers. We talk about, in the criminal realm, we talk a lot about victims. What are we doing for the victims? This is, again, part of that sort of move forward to provide a more caring environment, so that when someone does come forward with a complaint, they're not left alone. They have support. They have the support that they need. And they have the support in a really, really substantial way, in a trauma-informed way. Regulatory colleges will also fund counseling for people who have experienced abuse, sexual misconduct, or discrimination from regulated health practitioners. The regulatory colleges will be able to then recover the associated costs from the regulated health practitioner found to have committed the harm. And there'll be greater information sharing. Regulatory colleges will now have new abilities to share information between each other and with other agencies where necessary for public safety and protection, Enhanced information sharing will remove barriers for improving patient safety. They'll enable more transparency and improve public trust in the system. Really, a system is only as useful. You can create a system that's effective, that looks on the outside effective, looks efficient, but if the public has no trust in it, it is of no use. This will help the general public by building stronger public protection supports, by creating a safer complaint process, enhancing public safety measures, establishing greater transparency and accountability of healthcare practitioners. In terms of stronger public protection supports, the legislation addresses all forms of discrimination by strengthening the response to discrimination when it occurs and promoting anti-discrimination objectives for safer healthcare. The colleges will now be required to take action against professionals who are found to have engaged in any form of discrimination made against protected grounds under the BC Human Rights Code. This includes discrimination based on race, color, ancestry, for example. Additionally, we'll be establishing a legal duty for health professionals to report other health professionals who engage in acts of discrimination, and for employers to report to the Regulatory College if a discrimination incident has occurred that may have resulted in a termination. And that, again, forms part of the whole transparency portion of this piece of legislation. The process of complaining will be safer. It enhances public protection. The Act enhances public protection by opening the door to complainants who are in a vulnerable position. You know, you generally go to a healthcare practitioner when you're in pain or you're suffering, and to be victimized at that point is it further denigrates and puts you in an incredibly vulnerable position. What the new legislation does, it enables people to request that their identity be protected during the investigation process, allows for support workers. People have avoided in the past submitting a complaint or providing information during an investigation process, as it can be quite traumatizing to do so, and it can, whether it's true or not, or it's perceived, it could lead to retaliation. Offering identity protection will encourage more people to come forward to hold regulated health practitioners accountable for their actions. And again, there will be protections for the healthcare professionals built in, so that this is adjudicated in a fair manner. The legislation will also reduce the potential risk of re-traumatizing someone testifying during discipline hearings by allowing reasonable steps to be taken to support them and shield them from the health professional they are complaining about. This includes requiring sensitive documents to only be disclosed when relevant and necessary, requiring patients to face a person who perpetrated harm in an adversarial discipline hearing setting, or having their sensitive documents disclosed only to damage their credibility can be traumatizing and help prevent people that are already experiencing harm from that victimization from coming forward. Allowing the independent discipline body to take steps to give greater protection to complainants and to prevent this is intended to help people who have already experienced harm, and to make them feel more comfortable in making the complaints. The Act also offers funding for support. It creates a pathway to support people through counseling services who have experienced sexual abuse, sexual misconduct, or discrimination by a regulated health practitioner. It'll ensure that people have prompt access to support services, and that support can be provided to them before an investigation reaches a conclusion. It creates a new, I've spoken about this before, it creates a new role of support workers. Funded support worker position, it'll create a funded support workers position for those who have experienced a traumatic experience of sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, or discrimination. These support workers play a dual role in the system. First, they're there primarily to support the complainant through the complaint process. Secondly, they're also there to provide recommendations and monitor the complaint process to help make it safer, trauma-informed, and more efficient. The Act establishes clear definitions for sexual misconduct and sexual abuse. It defines sexual misconduct to include acts like sexual manipulation, harassment, communication. It also defines sexual abuse, which is in an attempted or realized sexual act or physical contact of a sexual nature. Defining these terms outright provides a clear understanding of what they are, which will better hold regulated health practitioners who commit these harms accountable for their actions, and will help ensure the severity of the discipline matches the severity of the incident. Clear definitions also enhance public understanding of what is prohibited and the basis of which complaints can be made. The more information the public has, the better prepared they are. The Act also creates a streamlined system for submitting complaints against a regulatory college. Superintendent's office, which will be created, its role is to monitor and assess the performance of regulatory colleges. It's a new body that will be created by the Health Professions and Occupations Act. Members of the public will be able to engage directly with the Office of the Superintendent to submit complaints about not only about a particular practitioner, but about a regulatory college's actions or policies. Office can then choose to investigate that college, complete a report on their findings, and bring issues to the Minister of Health's attention when regulatory colleges don't change and improve. By having a dedicated place for members of the public to go, the new system holds regulatory colleges accountable to the public and streamlines the complaint process, which enhances public protection much in the same way that it does for the healthcare practitioners. It also creates a new mechanism to regulate lower risk health service occupations. Again, the purpose of regulating these lower risk health service providers is to enhance public protection from health services that may present a risk of harm. Again, there's many health-related occupations out there that would want the credibility of being regulated. It creates another pathway for regulation by government and enables health occupations to become regulated who may not meet the threshold of a health professional, but that operate in the health arena, and where there is some risk which requires a level of regulation commensurate with the risk. Health occupations, while health occupations are not held to the same regulatory standards and obligations as health professionals, they must uphold the anti-discrimination objectives and can lose their authority to practice for committing emotional, financial, physical, and sexual abuse or neglect of a patient. The Act also enhances public safety through the regulatory college boards. The colleges are set up; they get their direction from a board. Under the current Act, a portion of board members are elected by the health professionals through an election process. So internally, this system has created a misconception. Again, much of what seems fair is about perception. So the system currently has created a misconception that health professionals are members of regulatory colleges and beholden to those who elect them. An insider's club, essentially. However, a regulatory college's primary goal is not to protect the practitioners, but to protect the public. And that's what the new legislation removes that election process and replaces it with a merit-based appointment system. This new system will ensure regulatory college board members have the right skills and the competencies to effectively regulate the professionals with the goal of enhancing public safety. That is the one and only goal. Greater transparency. The Act allows for enhancement of communications between the employers and regulatory colleges. It requires that employers of regulated health practitioners are notified when an employee has been disciplined or had their practice restricted for any reason by their college. When an employer makes a decision to let a health professional go due to sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, or discrimination, the employer will be required to inform the regulatory college who regulates that health profession. So it closes those loopholes where that communication between the employer and the regulatory college did not exist before. It also streamlines the amalgamation process in order to create fewer regulatory colleges, make things more efficient. In addition, how do these changes address cultural safety and humility, including what was the subject of the In Plain Sight report, anti-Indigenous racism in BC healthcare? That really was sort of the catalyst for a lot of things as well. In addition to changes mentioned that address discrimination, promote anti-discrimination, and create a legal duty to report discrimination, there will be new provisions to address anti-Indigenous racism and enable a culturally safer healthcare system for Indigenous people. Health regulators will now be required to support and promote awareness of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the need to address racism and anti-racism issues that are specific to Indigenous peoples based on the distinctions-based rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. The complaint process will include a restorative process that's intended to align with Indigenous practices where necessary and where it's needed. Changes to make the complaints process safer include new supports, such as support workers selected in partnership with Indigenous governing bodies, and access to funds for counseling, including traditional Indigenous healing. Indigenous health practices will be protected under this Act. They cannot be used as grounds for investigating or disciplining a regulated health practitioner unless a patient has been misled or the health service the regulated practitioner is performing is demonstratively riskier than the prevailing practice. Colleges and others will be required to work with Indigenous governing bodies and other entities representing Indigenous peoples on numerous issues that pertain to Indigenous rights, such as the development of regulatory college bylaws on cultural safety and practices. These changes are a significant response to the In Plain Sight report, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, action plan, and significant consultations throughout the development of legislation that have happened with Indigenous people. Once the Act goes through what I expect a pretty lengthy committee stage, and it passes, I think it has substantial support, and we'll go through the machinations of looking at the various sections themselves. But once it goes through that, the legislation will be brought into force, and the regulatory colleges will begin operating under the new modernized system immediately that helps protect patient safety and enhances oversight of the regulated health professionals and occupations. This is a key, as I know the Minister has spoken before, this is a key priority for the Ministry of Health. Now, what do the colleges think about this? BC health regulators, which includes all 15 of the existing regulatory colleges that will be governed under this Act, were consulted throughout this process. Prior to this, self-regulation, you would have heard of self-regulation a lot. You know, terms like self-regulation don't actually capture the true purpose of regulatory colleges, which really a regulatory body is there, should be there primarily for the protection of the public. And a term like self-regulatory, self-interest, doesn't really reflect that properly. Profession-specific expertise and professional knowledge is required in order to keep patients safe and ensure high-quality care, which is why health professionals will continue to make up half of all regulatory college boards and professional standard advisors, because they have the relevant professional background, so they can make the relevant decisions. They'll be involved in advising on professional practice standards. The continued reliance on profession-specific knowledge and expertise for effective regulation is an important element of any future system, because you want people who are actually doing that work and know what the standard of care is in that work to help inform decisions that are being made. The role of regulatory colleges has always been to protect the public and to enhance public safety through regulations. Professional associations, and in some cases unions, will continue to provide professions a voice and representation. They always have. Unfortunately, over time, regulators and those the voices of those associations have sort of amalgamated. This really separates it out and makes a clear distinction between what a regulatory college is and what an association is. Regulatory college has its primary function, protection of the public. An association is an association of healthcare professionals or other professionals, and it has as its primary function its own self-interest and the interest of its members. How will these colleges be governed? Each regulatory college will have a board, as I said earlier, which will be made up of health professionals who hold a license with the regulatory college, and public board members who are comprised of representatives of the public who are not regulated by the regulatory college. I see my time is coming to an end. Extensive legislation, it has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And as the previous speaker has demonstrated, it's very difficult to talk about this legislation within the 30 minutes that's usually allotted to speakers. I'd like to thank him for his 30 minutes and announce that I'll be the designated speaker for the opposition, so I can go up to 2 hours. The last time I stood up in this House and declared I was going to be the designated speaker actually was the only other time, and that was when I was the Minister of Agriculture, and the now Minister of Poverty Reduction was on this side, and we had a little heated debate about me taking over the designated speaker role, if he remembers. He doesn't remember at all. Okay, well, we'll talk about that later. But it was quite interesting, and so anyway, I will speak for more than 30 minutes, so I thought I'd tell you right now that will happen. First of all, I want to thank all the respondents, all those that over the years, and it's been years since this was started, have worked with the steering committee, worked with the minister and his staff to come to where we are today. And where we are today is a piece of legislation that is quite thick. You've heard already from other speakers. The opposition critic for health, the member for Prince George Valemont, did a wonderful job of highlighting the key points, as well as the Minister, of course, of Health and the leader of the third party. And but that process that we undertook was only possible with the cooperation and input from all the key stakeholders, those that were members of colleges and those that were on the boards and other members of the public. So what I'd like to do today is actually go through from the Clayton report all the way through the process that the steering committee embarked on that led to this particular piece of legislation. Obviously, the minister and the leader of the third party and I have a little bit of more knowledge since we were involved in that committee, and I thought it would be a value added to do that here. So some of it will be new that hasn't been discussed yet in the House, and some of it will be a repetition of other points, but that's hard to avoid, even though we all like to always hear new things. I'm sure some of the words that I bring up and some of the readings from the different reports will be familiar to the members. If I may also articulate my appreciation for the leader of the third party and in particular the Minister of Health for the work that they did as part of the steering committee. When I was the Minister of Agriculture, I invited my critics to come to my office on an annual basis and discuss what their priorities were so that we can work together wherever possible in addressing their priorities for the benefit of all citizens of the province. And on some occasions, even invite them to stakeholder meetings with me. This was not something that was common, I understand, but that's just the way I run and that's the way it worked. And at one point, I even toured the province and invited all MLAs on both sides of the House to organize roundtable meetings with their constituents. It was kind of funny, a previous member of this legislature who was in the opposition at the time, after the meeting asked me how I got away with that. You know, how did my handlers, so to speak, let me meet with opposition MLAs and their constituents? And I said, well, isn't that what we're supposed to do? Meet with all British Columbians. So it was quite an interesting revelation on my part that was actually something that was new. I didn't think it was. I don't think it should be. And we see that in the House all the time, Honourable Speaker. We see members of this House on all sides get together in committees and try to work things out, try to find best path forward for the people of British Columbia and do consultations with the public. And you know, we've seen that in the Children and Family Committee. We see that in Finance Committee, and the list goes on and on. But of course, the public don't get to see that. What they get to see most of the time is the back and forth or question period. You know, and that's just the way TV ratings go. A lot more exciting to see someone yell and scream and pound their desk than to see them in a corner room working together, almost singing Kumbaya sometimes, and trying to come up with common solutions. But that's the way it goes. This particular piece of legislation, I think is a little different because I've only been here 13 years. I don't recall seeing any government inviting members of the opposition to come and almost craft the guiding principles for legislation. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong by more senior members at some point. But in my tenure, in my experience, I haven't seen that. So kudos goes to the Minister of Health for inviting the two of us, leader of the third party and myself, to join him in this quest. So what are we trying to do here? Well, I think the best solution to that for me, as I said earlier on, was to go through why was this created in the first place. And Madam Speaker, I think the best place to start would be the Clayton Report. So I'm going to read and paraphrase parts of the Clayton Report because that's the report that really got things going. There was issues with the College of Dentistry and other challenges in all the other colleges that were needed to be addressed. And so when the minister engaged Harry Clayton back in March, I believe, of 2018 to come up and look at the issues, he came out and presented to the public the report in April 11th, 2019. So the Clayton Report basically starts out with the framework that says the regulation for health professionals in British Columbia was developed 30 years ago and brought into law through the Health Professions Act in '79. And he goes on to talk about healthcare systems around the world facing similar challenges to those that are faced here in British Columbia. Aging populations, an increase in multiple long-term health conditions, the increasing cost of health technologies, rising public expectations and consumer demands, and global shortage of healthcare workers. Now, in those years, and still today, healthcare workers are very mobile. We have a lot of people in British Columbia, and I know you're familiar with some of them, that come here from other countries and are serving in some of our more rural areas to start with. That's a challenge not only for them, but also for where they leave, because I'm sure they would like to keep their own healthcare workers resident in their own countries instead of seeing them come up to Canada. So I think it's this part of it is really important, that we recognize there's a shortage and we have to do a better job of training and keeping our own young people right here in this country. Mr. Clayton goes on to say that Canada is a little different from other developed countries. Infant mortality is low and life expectancy is increasing, with over 18% of the population in BC being over 60 years of age. So there are regulatory implications of all this, and the framework that has lasted for the last 20 years from the time the report was done needed to change to be effective going forward to protect patients and be flexible so that we can get value for money for registrants as well as reliable to make sure we promote public confidence. So there were 21 at the time, 21 separate colleges that had their own strengths and weaknesses, and there must be a significant variation given that the very sizes themselves were different, their resources were different, and that was part of the problem with the Health Professionals Act, which is the overarching legislation applied to very different professions and colleges. The 21 regulatory colleges in BC needed to have something that would keep them together, something that common sense would work in setting up separate regulatories for every occupation regardless of its numerical strength. And that was a challenge because the colleges covered everywhere from, in those days, 118,000 registrants to the smallest of just 78. So it would be impossible to have common standards, common goals, common abilities to attack the challenges that they faced when they have such diversity in numbers. Again, at the time, the BC College of Nursing Professionals had 55,000 members. The highest annual fees paid by registrants of the smaller regulatories, the optometrists, 805 of them, paid $1,390 a year. The midwives, 228 of them, paid almost double that, $2,340 a year. The nursing professionals paid between $450 and $650. So again, trying to get the same outcomes with much less dollars depending on which college you belong to. So in line with the findings that Mr. Clayton came up with in UK and Australia, he showed that the larger the register, certainly up to 100,000 registrants, the greater the economies of scale. And that was a key aspect of our work on committee. The whole idea of coming back to economies of scale was part of the driving force. The lower paid occupations actually paid a higher proportion of their income to be registered than the higher paid occupations. Well-paid physicians and surgeons paid $1,685 to the college, while low-paid dentists paid $1,249 a year to their college. He goes on to say that self-regulation also hands control of supply to the occupation. And he quotes Adam Smith, the 18th century social economist, when he says, 250 years ago, people of the same trade seldom meet together, even for the merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public or in some contrivance to raise prices. Professional regulation has at its public intention the maintenance of quality in practice. It may create a cartel or a monopoly. So here he was, Mr. Clayton, quoting Adam Smith, saying this is not in the public best interest. An example of the weakness in the public protection of a fragmented, self-regulated system may be seen in the case of the BC naturopathic physician who breached their college standards on vaccination and reportedly treated an autistic child with a homeopathic remedy containing saliva from a rabid dog. After a collegial discussion, the registrant was allowed to resign from the college with no action taken. So he cites that as an example of how the system just wasn't working to protect patients. And patients, he goes on to articulate, do not have a great confidence in the colleges or in the health regulation generally. Mr. Clayton says the overall objectives of reform of health professional regulations should be, 1, to protect the safety of patients, to prevent harm, and to promote the health and well-being of the public. 2, to provide a framework for safe, competent, and ethical professional practice. 3, to have the trust of the public and the confidence of regulated occupations. 4, to be able to adapt to change and respond to new risks and opportunities. And 5, to be efficient and cost-effective in the interest of all citizens. He says that colleges need a clear mandate prioritizing patient safety and the clinical competence and ethical conduct of registrants. And he says to do that, you need to protect the safety of patients, to prevent harm and promote the health and well-being of the public. And as you've heard from other speakers already, and you'll hear from me several times this afternoon, the focus of the steering committee led by the Minister of Health was to make sure that we protected the safety of patients and had their trust. He says the mandate of this nature would ensure the regulatory colleges were focused primarily on safety, on standards of clinical care, and on the health needs of patients. So one of his first sections, Madam Speaker, of Mr. Clayton was to talk about governance. The Health Professional Act, or HPA, is ambiguous in its use of members and registrants. The concept of membership has led to many misunderstandings about the nature of professional regulation. The idea of membership should be discarded and replaced throughout with a registrant. If colleges do not have members, then there's no need for an annual general meeting, not needed, indeed, any of the other trappings of club, such as award ceremonies and gift to volunteers. It goes on to discuss that people were thinking by being on the college and elected to the college, they were there to protect and serve the people that elected them, which is, understandable, because they got elected by the people, and therefore they should be serving the people. But really, their goal or their mandate should have been serving the broader public, not just the people that elected them. Mr. Clayton goes on to say it would be beneficial to move to fully appointed boards, combining health professionals and members of the public in equal parts. And when I read the legislation, and I admit I did read all the legislation. I did find that in here. The one thing that was different than the recommendation was the legislation does call for one person on the professional side to be the tiebreaker. So one more person than equal. But someone has to break the tie, so why not? He says the government should consider the process for appointment of public members so that it's more transparent, with public criteria and competencies for appointment and attention paid to the skill mix on individual boards. He also recommended that board sizes be reduced, go from the large boards down to 8 to 12 people. He says that they have a much better opportunity to be effective than very large boards. Mr. Clayton also recommended that terms of office should be extended to 3 years, renewable for further 3 years, to provide continuity and the expertise which comes from experience. The current structure at the time, he says, encouraged amateurism and short-term planning. He didn't hold his words, Madam Speaker. He says regulation is a long-term business. He also went on to say that colleges should be given greater freedom to change their own rules and bylaws. Current arrangements are too cumbersome to allow them to respond to change. And again, that's in here as well, so I'm glad to see that made its way through. Colleges should separate themselves entirely from professional associations. They should not collect fees for professional associations or give them grants. So basically, if professionals want to form their own associations, they should feel free to do so, be even encouraged to do so, but not confuse that with the work of a college, which is there to regulate. If a higher performance is to be expected of board and committee members, they should actually be rewarded for their work. Board and committee members, both professional and public, should be paid for the time they give and the expertise they provide. The board should be removed from any involvement in complaints and discipline. Inquiry committees and disciplinary panels should be independent, separately appointed, and should have regular training and appraisal. On the issue of the number of colleges, at the time 21, 22, depending on what count you want to use, Mr. Clayton says the Ministry of Health should actively encourage and facilitate mergers, especially of the smaller, less resourced colleges. The joining together of the 3 nursing colleges is an example to others. And again, we've had other colleges that have joined together since the report has come out. Fewer, larger colleges with resources adequate to do their job should be the objective. This should also reduce fees to registrants. And nothing gets someone talking like their pocketbook. So fees, even to very rich doctors, is something they talk about. So we have to make sure that the fees are reasonable from the college. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. The HPA defines professional misconduct as including sexual misconduct, unethical conduct, infamous conduct, and conduct unbecoming a member of the health profession. Separately, it defines unprofessional conduct as including professional misconduct. The word including suggests that there are other behaviors which might constitute unprofessional conduct, but which are not professional misconduct. And as you can tell from my articulation of the words, this is very unclear and open to interpretation, especially the definition of what is a serious matter, which is even more problematic. So the HPA needed to make sure that it addressed that, and I'm glad to see that it has. The test is problematic as the decision as to whether a matter is, quote, serious or not can determine whether or not publication of the outcome is required. When do you have to inform the public that someone has had a disciplinary action taken against them? And that's a big part of the discussion that we had at the steering committee, and of course is a big part of the legislation. Consent or undertakings in relation to serious matters may be published. If matters are not serious, they can be kept secret. Publication is a difficult part of the process for registrants and is often contested. The controversy and perverse incentives created by the link between serious matters and publication of a consent orders or undertakings creates unnecessary cost, delay, and uncertainty. Overall, it is difficult to discern between the benefit to the public. On the complaints and discipline topic, Mr. Clayton proposed that the purpose of the investigation of complaints and the disciplinary process is to protect patients and reduce harms, to secure public trust in professions, and to promote professional standards. These need to guide the objectives at all times on complaints. There needs to be a common entry route for all types of complaints or referrals so that all are prepared in the same way and sufficient information gathered before consideration by the registrar or inquiry committee. And the HPA complaints process needed significant revision, where after a while working with Mr. Clayton, it was pretty obvious that this legislation, or the current legislation, could not survive a few tweaks, that really it had to be rewritten. And that was a big job. And having served on the Legislative Review Committee in the past, I can tell you that I'm very happy I wasn't serving when this came forward, because this probably took weeks of analysis to make sure that all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed. So my hats goes off to all the members of the Legislative Review Committee, and in particular all the legal counsel that was there to advise them on this legislation. Mr. Clayton also did a flowchart, Madam Speaker, and I know I'm not supposed to use props, so I'm just going to move my page down along with the other pages. But if you do stop the video at that point, you will see a flowchart which is very, very ugly as to what is connected to what and how you do things and how you make a complaint. And I don't know how anybody in the public followed that kind of process. So Mr. Clayton basically said, we need to clean this up. And in the legislation is the proposal as to how we do that. So I'm happy to see that as well. The ability of the registrar to dispose of complaints is set out in Section 33 of the HPA is unsatisfactory. He goes on to articulate again the difficulty created by using the term serious matter. Colleges need defined thresholds at every stage of the process. That way, the registrar would know whether or not something is a serious matter and what outcomes are appropriate and considered by the inquiry committee. Another concern is the lack of clarity about the consideration of a registrant's past history. History of upheld complaints is clearly relevant to sanction, particularly if remediation has previously been prescribed but has failed to improve performance. Again, as the HPRB point out, consideration of past conduct history appears to be discretionary. And that's the way it is right now. And we had major discussions, I would say, at the steering committee about making sure that the public knew the past history of any registrant so that they can make informed decisions as to whether or not they wanted to avail themselves of that person's professional trade, right? The past history is very, very important. So I'm glad to see that that was also followed through with. Define and consistently apply thresholds at every stage will be fair to registrants and clear to complainants. They will make it harder for registrars to use the summary dismissal in cases where there has been a serious harmful outcome, even if they are legally entitled to do so. Such decisions undermine public confidence in the regulation of professions. Colleges need the power, when appropriate, to mandate remediation. Make sure that there's clarification that once a citation has been issued, the outcome of the case will be published, even if the consent order is agreed, because it has passed the threshold of seriousness or risk to the public. The option for a registrant to make a proposal to the inquiry committee after the discipline committee has assumed jurisdiction should be removed. There should be no settlement once a matter is referred to a hearing by citation, unless that settlement is considered and agreed by the disciplinary committee at hearing and public protection and public interest is taken into account. He also went on to say that, Mr. Speaker, the role of fines should be reconsidered and they have no contribution to make to public safety. So we'll make sure that when we go through the legislation through committee stage, we see if that is followed through in the legislation. On increased transparency, and I believe the leader of the third party did articulate her viewpoints on transparency and this legislation's demand for more transparency versus the government record. So I don't need to go there. But for this particular piece of legislation, colleges need to increase openness and transparency of their work. There are considerable variation in practice between colleges. Board meetings should be open to the public. Time should be reserved for visitors to ask questions or comment. And the assumption should always be that business will be done in daylight. Boards of voting should not have secret ballots, and board members are accountable for their decisions. Now, having said that, some regulators are very good, and of course, some aren't. Some are very good in their websites, and some aren't. Some make good decisions, and he was saying some might not. So hopefully with this new legislation, we'll have more consistency throughout all the colleges and throughout all the professionals. The HPA builds secrecy into the complaints process, and in doing so, it protects registrants and not the public. So he wanted to make sure that concerning conduct, if proven or admitted, would normally result in the imposition of practice restrictions, a suspension or cancellation of a registration or fine. Where discipline is applied after a citation is issued for hearing before the discipline committee, or that involve the imposition of practice restrictions or the suspension of cancellation of registration, the HPA right now limits publication to these decisions. We need to move away from that. It is not possible for patients to give informed consent to care if they do not know that their health practitioner has had a complaint upheld against them. It should be considered a fundamental right of a patient to know about their health care provider's competence and conduct. Just about done on Mr. Clayton's initial report, Mr. Speaker. The colleges should work together to agree a consistent way of reporting data so they can assess their own performance and actually benchmark themselves against each other. And that way they can hopefully improve their performance. 2 additional roles for the Health and Professionals Review Board, HPRB. First, it should be able to publish guidance for all colleges on improving their complaint performance and learning from good practice. The HPRB has a wealth of data that could be analyzed quantitatively as well as qualitatively to generate learning. And 2, that the HPRB should be empowered to review decisions of the colleges in relation to complaints on its own account and without receiving a referral. It might exercise this power rarely, but it would be beneficial to the public protection if a college has made a perverse or transparently lenient determination and the patient complainant is not in a position, for whatever reason, to take the matter further. The HPRB could act on behalf of the public interest by initiating its own review. So that's where we started from. We started with Mr. Clayton being hired by the Minister of Health to go out and review the Clayton. Well, you know what? I'm glad to be informed by the Minister of Health that it should be Caton and not Clayton. Thank you very much. And if the Minister of Health has any other corrections to make, I'll welcome them as well, because I still have an hour and a half to go. So, you know, I'm open to anything that would help us get to that time. One mistake every half hour, no problem. I'm happy to accommodate the Minister of Health with that. So, Mr. Caton was hired by the Minister of Health and Government to come up with a report. This is the analysis by Mr. Caton of where we're going wrong and what we can do, if followed, to improve health and safety of the public through this process. So, some of the objectives of a new regulatory framework should be to deliver safe and good quality care provided to patients and the public, to restore public trust and professional confidence in regulation, to be risk-based and proportionate, to be fair and consistent, to be effective and efficient, to be open and accountable, to be agile and adaptable, to promote collaboration between occupations. So therefore, he recommended, and I'm going to go through quickly the specific recommendations that went to the public for comment, that 1, we should reconstitute the colleges as bodies responsible for setting standards and licensing health professionals who are within their jurisdiction. This might cover 2 or more occupations within a single college. 2, the colleges should agree to a single code of ethics and conduct for all health professions. There's no reason why ethics of doctors, say, should be different than those of denturists or chiropractors. 3, the colleges should remain responsible for setting standards for clinical competence and practice for issuing guidance to their registrants. 4, the colleges would issue a license to practice for individuals who met the good character and clinical competence requirements for registration. 5, the colleges would remain responsible for assuring competence, continuing competence in assessing registrants prior to annual review of their license. 6, the colleges would investigate complaints but not adjudicate them. 7, the names of all registrants should be held in one register. 8, a new body should be created to do this, a professional registration and adjudication agency. 9, a single register should make it easier for members of the public, patients, and employers and registrants to identify individual professionals. It should mitigate concerns by registrants that decisions by inquiry committees are unduly influenced by college investigators. 10, the shared code of ethics and conduct jointly agreed by the colleges would be required of all registrants and would be the standard against which unethical behaviors or unprofessional conduct was judged by an inquiry committee or a disciplinary panel. 11, the oversight body for regulatory framework. If such a different regulatory framework were to be established with greater transparency and accountability, the question arises as to whether further oversight or supervision might be necessary. Full disclosure of all licensing bodies and the register and tribunal of the HPRB of performance data to the public, to registrants, and to government would be sufficient to hold the components accountable. 12, the following functions for an oversight body for professional regulation would be to approve the shared standards and ethics conduct, approve the range of standards for professional practice, approve of a revised and more flexible arrangement for colleges to change their rules and bylaws, establish performance standards of good regulation to be applied to both colleges and to registrants and adjudication bodies, establishment of the data set to be reported on by all colleges for the compilation, analysis, and publication, encouragement and support for voluntary amalgamation of colleges, the absorption of the functions of the HPRB, conducting reviews and investigations of performance of colleges at the request of the minister, advising but not directing colleges and minister on improvements in regulatory practice, assessing the risks of harm to patients and the public of healthcare occupations, and to make recommendations to the minister as to whether or not statutory regulation is necessary, and which college would be responsible. And lastly, create and oversee an independent appointment process for both professional and public members of the college boards based on open competition, published competencies, and relevant experience, and to make recommendations to the minister. Another recommendation, and there's 3 more that Mr. Caton made to the minister, is to order to make the process on reform of the professional regulatory framework. There should be a policy commitment that no new colleges were created. And in fact, even the prior government followed that, Mr. Speaker, where it was very, very difficult near the end to see new colleges created. It had to go through a process of ministry approval, cabinet approval, and so the prior government, as well as the current government, did not advance any new colleges. So part of the benefit of this process is those people that now want to be regulated will have a much easier time to do so. An evidence-based occupational risk assessment process should be developed and implemented to identify the potential risk of harm from occupations within the health sector to consider appropriate mitigations. And lastly, the occupational risk assessment should be responsibility of the new oversight office. The decision as to which occupations should be regulated will remain with the minister. So in summary, on this part of the Caton report, he does break it down into a number of areas of who's responsible for the process. The Minister of Health was still responsible for controlling legislation, appointing boards, and decisions on regulation. Under the Minister of Health would be an oversight body. This oversight body would review determinations, publish performance data, oversee the appointment process, approve bylaw changes by the colleges, do risk assessments, and investigate and review. Next to that, you have the registration and adjudication body. They hold the single register for all the registrants. They will adjudicate complaints, and they will remove individuals from the registrar when necessary. And then you have the colleges. The colleges will set standards and guidance. The registration and licensing, they will do continued professional development, investigate complaints, and they will publish data sets. The professionals, of course, will be under the colleges, and the public overarching everything. The ones that we're doing this for, they will be able to see a single register of all the professionals through the registration and adjudication body, and they will also be able to make complaints about the professionals. So what happened after Mr. Caton submitted his report to the minister? Well, the minister thought it would be a good move to bring together the opposition along with the minister to form a steering committee to guide the process. And as I said before, I congratulate the minister on doing that. And it also helped take what could have potentially have been a very politically divisive topic and make it more collaborative, more collegial amongst all members of the House. Because in my role as a member of the steering committee from the official opposition as a then health critic, I would brief my caucus as to where we were on the work, listening to their particular perspectives and bringing that back to the steering committee. And I assume that the leader of the third party did the same with her caucus when she was on the committee. We then set out a plan to basically ask the public. When I say the public, it was open to all the public, Mr. Speaker, but most of the respondents were people that had an interest in the colleges, the professionals themselves, as well as those that were regulating them. But we set out a plan where it would be an iterative process. We would go to the public and say, look, here are the recommendations by Mr. Caton on how we should change the HPA. What do you think of those recommendations? And then we heard from the public and came up with our own set of recommendations, which we then went back to the public again and said, okay, we heard from you. Now here are what we heard from you and how we've tweaked our recommendations. What do you think now? And of course, the public, again, came back to us and said, well, based on what you revised, here's what we think currently of what you said. And that was the end of the process. We provided our final recommendations to the government, and the government went off. Unfortunately, COVID hit. And through that time, staff, I'm sure, along with the minister, created this piece of legislation, which I did not see until this week. Sorry, that would be last week. I think, for some reason, I think it's Friday. So until last week, Mr. Speaker. Maybe that's wishful thinking on the Friday part. So, you know, in large part, that's the process. What I'm going to do now is actually go through the specifics of the process, because I think it's important to get on the record what the committee actually recommended to the public and what the public told back to the committee, and then what the committee revised based on that public input and the input from our caucuses, the three caucuses that were informed of the process and progress. So the steering committee first issued their report in November of 2019 called Modernizing the Provincial Health Profession Regulatory Framework, a paper for consultation. And at the beginning of the report, it has the usual preambles of how this happened, Mr. Caton's report, who the committee were and what the process was, and then it goes into scope. It talks about the scope of the committee is guided by three objectives. Number one, to improve patient safety and public protection. Number two, improve efficiency and effectiveness of the regulatory framework. And number three, increase public confidence through transparency and accountability. In addition to consultation, the steering committee supported the implementation of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act and committed to honoring the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So prior to the committee being formed, the act had been passed by all members of the House, and we articulated that right up front in our report to the public. So we offered to the public different ways to participate. I'm not saying this is totally exhaustive, but it did garner a lot of feedback from the public. We went from November 27th of 2019 to January 10th of 2020 through an online survey and through written submissions, which were submitted directly to government. The members of the committee did have an opportunity to read all the submissions, and the staff, again, thank you to the staff who did this work, did put together a summary of those submissions. I, for one, and I think this is where part of the comment from the leader of the third party made regarding my work, I, for one, did read every single submission. There were some submissions that were duplicates. It was kind of a chain letter kind of thing. You know what I mean, Mr. Speaker? I did read one, but I did not read the other 1,000 that were copies of the original one sent by email. But all the unique ones I read. And when the staff came forward with their summary of the submissions, I was totally confident that staff had done a great job in summarizing the submissions that I had read. So again, hats off to staff for summarizing quite a variety of different submissions in different directions. The steering committee reviewed and considered all submissions and published an overview of themes on the Ministry of Health's professional regulation website. We received over 300 written submissions and a broad section of respondents submitted, including 190 members of the public, 50 health practitioners, 25 professional associations, 18 regulators, and 30 other health sector stakeholders, including unions. The submissions, Mr. Speaker, were broadly supportive of modernizing health profession regulation in BC, improving transparency and accountability throughout the system of health profession regulation. These were common themes. And they also wanted greater oversight into all of this that was frequently expressed. Members of the public who made complaints to the regulatory colleges shared concerns about the current process for complaints and discipline. The importance of profession-specific clinical knowledge and health profession regulation was expressed. Other feedback themes included the need for consistent approaches to regulation across the continuum, cultural safety within the complaints and discipline process, the performance monitoring of regulators as well. Members of the public and healthcare sector stakeholders expressed support for continued engagement and consultation as the work progressed, and that's exactly what they got. Input from the initial public consultation assisted us to identify and prioritize the following elements of regulatory modernization that were important to British Columbians. Ensuring regulatory colleges are putting the public interest and patient safety ahead of professional interest. Again, that recurring theme. You'll hear it again. Improving effectiveness of regulatory college boards and ensuring boards are comprised of members appointed based on merit and competence and not elected. Reducing the number of regulatory colleges to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Creating a body to oversee regulatory colleges to improve public confidence and patient safety. And simplifying and increasing transparency in the complaints and disciplinary process. So Mr. Caton's report wasn't actually the first time that the issue had come up. In 2003, the Ombudsperson's Office reported on self-governance in healthcare professionals in BC, citing concerns that the professions do not appear to have fully accepted or understood what it means to act in the public interest. Concerns persisted, and the Caton report highlighted many regulatory colleges. Their governance was insufficiently independent, lacked a competency framework, and had difficulty in managing skill mix or clear accountability to the public they serve. So the regulatory college boards must provide effective leadership to ensure regulatory colleges fulfill their legally defined mandate. And to achieve this, the boards need to be composed of individuals with the right balance of skills and experience who are focused on public safety. Ensuring boards are comprised of individuals whose motivation is consistent with legislative requirements is critical to ensuring the protection of public safety. The majority of regulatory college board members, however, at the time, and still today, are elected by health professionals who are registered with the regulatory college overseen by the board. The Ombudsperson's 2003 report highlighted concerns that these elections have led to a strong sense of accountability among colleges to the profession and ultimately have led to diminished, quote, sense of direct accountability to the public, end quote. The election of registered board members has continued to promote the misconception that these board members are accountable to those who have elected them. Again, I don't blame them for that. That's just the way it works. You always try to serve those that elect you. Striving for balanced numbers of public and registered board members will ensure that the perspective of the public is well represented. And again, I see that in the legislation, and I'm happy to see that. A competency-based board to appointment process to appoint the members will give the boards a mix of skills and experience to govern effectively. So therefore, we recommended to the public that it be proposed that regulatory college boards have equal number of registered and public members. We recommended that the appointment through a competency-based board process, which considered diversity, independently overseen, and is based clearly on specified criteria and competencies, be established. That the Minister of Health would appoint all board members based on recommendations from this competency-based process, and again, that's in the legislation, and we'll canvass that more clearly in the committee stage. On the size of boards, our committee recommended or made the recommendation to improve functioning and effectiveness. It was proposed that the regulatory colleges move to a more consistent and smaller size. And we asked the public if they supported that reduction in size of boards. And we also asked them if there were possible challenges to reducing board size, and if so, how they could be addressed. On the issue of compensation, we asked the public how members should be fairly and consistently compensated. If this would be a move from being volunteers, would they support fair and consistent compensation for board and committee members, which would be paid effectively by the members eventually, if not initially? What are the benefits of this approach, and how would challenges occur, and how would they be addressed? We also asked the public to comment on improved efficiency and effectiveness through a reduction in the number of regulatory colleges. The larger the regulatory colleges, the more economies of scale they had. So we wanted to make sure that all regulatory colleges were efficient and effective. And so we suggested to the public that we supported Mr. Caton's report and recommendation that we reduce the number of regulatory colleges, and specifically we recommended that we reduce it from 20 at the time down to 5. Now, I understand that what's in the legislation is not exact as far as how many, I believe, but we'll canvass that in committee stage as far as the regulations go. But the Minister has made it pretty clear that the number is now 6, and we'll talk about that again in a few minutes as to how we got from 5 to 6. But initially, we had recommended 5. Maintaining the College of Physicians and Surgeons of BC, the College of Pharmacists of BC, and the BC College of Nursing Professionals. The College of Physicians and Surgeons and the College of Pharmacists and the College of Nursing Professionals were of sufficient size and had sufficient registrant base to continue a standalone regulatory colleges. As a result of previous amalgamations, the College of Nursing Professionals had over, at that time, 59,000 registrants and was the largest regulatory college in the province. There was a creation of a proposal to create a oral health regulatory college with the 4 oral health regulatory colleges amalgamating to form a single oral health regulatory college. And as we all know, that is no longer the case. There was a proposal to look at the remaining regulatory colleges. And given the commitment to a reduction in the number of regulatory colleges, we asked the public if any new health professionals be regulated by an existing regulatory college or a new college of health and care professionals. So we asked them if they were supportive of the proposal to have those 5. The College of Nursing Professionals, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, the College of Pharmacists, the College of Oral Health Professionals, and the Omnibus College of Healthcare Professionals for the rest. And should anybody else want to be a college, to put them into this College of Healthcare Professionals as well. And we got a lot of feedback on that one. Actually, that attracted probably the most feedback of any of our questions. We wanted to, of course, strengthen the oversight of regulatory colleges. It's becoming common for governments to establish independent bodies to regulate regulators as part of the transparent regulatory system. This is to restore public trust in natural resource decision-making that did happen. And also, Mr. Caton said we should do something similar, but learn from the experience that we had on the Professional Governments Act and not repeat some of the similar issues. So the creation of the new oversight body had the following responsibilities proposed for them. Number one, routine audits of regulatory colleges based on clear performance standards. Public reporting on common performance standards was important. Conducting systemic reviews and investigations. Reviewing of registration and complaint investigation decisions. Publishing guidance on regulatory policy and practice. Identifying core elements of shared standards of ethics and conduct across professions. We also wanted to establish a range of standards of professional practice, development of model bylaws and oversight of the process for bylaw amendments, oversee board member appointment process, and recommending health occupations that should be regulated under the Health Professions Act, new professions, as well as existing professions not currently regulated under the Act, holding a single register of all regulated health professions, oversight of systemic progress on timelines of the complaint process, and finally, the collection of fees. So we asked the public if they supported the creation of an oversight body. Did they agree with all these 13 different functions as listed above? And if they had any concerns, what were their concerns and how could we address them? We also asked the public if they agreed with increasing accountability to the Legislative Assembly. We propose that annual reports of the regulatory colleges and the oversight body be provided to the Legislative Assembly by the Minister of Health. And we got some feedback on that as well, mostly unanimous saying yes. The complaints and adjudication process. Simplifying the complaints and discipline process was proposed in order to provide clear focus on patient safety, public protection, and strengthening public trust in legislation. These proposed changes would include establishing a new disciplinary process that would create clear separation between the investigation and the disciplinary stages of complaints. Regulatory colleges would continue to investigate complaints. However, disciplinary decisions would be made by a separate independent process. We also would include increasing transparency by requiring that actions resulting from accepted complaints be made public. And lastly, removing the ability of professionals to negotiate agreements late in the process. The new disciplinary process is proposed in which independent discipline panels would make decisions regarding regulated health professionals. And we asked the public if they supported this and if they could tell us some of the benefits of the approach, and if they did not, why not? As you heard by other speakers, transparency was very important. It was proposed that the actions taken to resolve accepted complaints about health professionals be made public. Now, we knew that this might be contentious in some quarters, so we wanted to make sure that those responding to this survey had an opportunity to tell us how they thought about this, and if not, why not, and what options they would come up with other than that. We also proposed that regulatory colleges be able to make limited public comments if a complaint under investigation became known to the public. Right now, if someone in the media says, I heard of somebody violating some part of the act or some conduct, it's very difficult for the people in the college to comment. So we wanted to make it very clear as to what could be said and when it could be said, to make sure that not only was the public protected, but also the people who are speaking and the person who is involved with the complaint would be also protected. So it was proposed that regulatory colleges be able to make limited public comments if a complaint under investigation became known to the public. And we asked, again, if this was something people would support. One thing that I personally thought was very important, and I'm glad to see that it made it to our recommendations, was that the Act appears to give regulatory colleges discretion as to whether or not past conduct will be considered when current complaints are reviewed. and I personally believe, and I'm glad to see others do as well, is that is very pertinent to making a decision on someone's conduct is if that conduct has been part of their history. And so we really pushed hard to make sure that that history would be known if it was appropriate to be known. So in order to better protect patients from harm, it was proposed that complaint and disciplinary decisions must take into consideration the professional's past history. And we asked if people actually supported that particular perspective. Responses to sexual abuse and sexual misconduct. The steering committee sought feedback to help establish consistency across all the colleges in relation to how they address sexual abuse and sexual misconduct. What measures should be considered in relation to establishing consistency across regulatory colleges regarding how they address sexual abuse and sexual misconduct was important. So we asked the public about that. And I think, yes, the last one we discussed with the public was about information sharing to improve patient safety and public trust. During our public engagement, regulatory colleges noted that legislative barriers to information sharing made it difficult, Mr. Speaker, to work with other health system stakeholders. Information sharing between regulatory colleges, health authorities, and other agencies is affected by multiple pieces of legislation, and it was suggested, therefore, that statutory changes be required to allow effective communication among the colleges and other agencies. It was also suggested that regulatory colleges should be responsible for coordinating team-based care complaints so that complaints only have to connect with one regulator. So we proposed exactly that and asked people for their comments. So that was the work of the committee, basically to go through the Caton report. Glad I pronounced it properly this time. Identify the key recommendations that we thought should go to the public, and then once they went to the public, to review the public's input. So your next question, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, is what was the public's input? Well, just so happens I have a report right here that discusses the public input. I'd be happy to share that with you now, since you most graciously asked me what the public input was in hand gestures and other things. Yes. So, if anybody wants to read the input in full, they can go online to What We Heard, Engagement Summary Report, August 2020. I will highlight some of the highlights from the report for all the people that are watching. My wife, my constituency assistant, maybe not her, Mr. Speaker is saying. Okay. Well, my mother's watching from up there, that's for sure. So, some of the responses we got. Well, first of all, just to remind everybody, we went to the public between November 27th, 2019 and January 10th, 2020, before COVID. Before COVID. And we went in two ways, online surveys and also written responses. We also had meeting with different partners. So I think it's important to articulate who they were. Online survey responses, we received over 4,000 surveys. 71% of the survey respondents identified themselves as health professionals. Members of the public were the second largest group at 22%, and the remaining 7% included health professional regulators, staff, and board members, professional association or union representatives, health profession students, and researchers. The survey was not a general population survey, Mr. Speaker, and should not be interpreted to represent the views of the general population of BC, but rather individuals who had an interest in or some relationship with health professions and their regulations. And you know what? That's what we get elected for. 87 MLAs, we're here to represent our constituents, we're here to represent the public. So we'll see through this process of second reading and of committee stage how effectively we do that. 63% of respondents identified themselves as women, 25% identify themselves as men, and about 11% preferred not to say, and 1% respondents identify themselves as gender diverse. 3% of respondents identify themselves as indigenous persons. Regional distribution of the survey more or less aligned with BC's population distribution, with the proportion of people from the Lower Mainland, Vancouver Island, Thompson Okanagan, etc. There were 255 unique written submissions received from health professionals, 94 professional associations, 53 from members of the public, 38 from BC health professional regulators, 21 regional health authority representatives, 11 Indigenous partners, 2 and others from provincial bodies, and 36 from out-of-province province regulators, nonprofit groups, unions, and education institutions. In addition, 1,225 writing campaign form letters were received regarding professional scope of practice, amalgamation of regulatory colleges, and regulation of additional professionals. And then finally, 24 meetings were held with a total of nearly 50 healthcare sector partners and organizations with the staff of the minister. So what were some of the themes and results? There were 5 principal areas of focus for modernization. Number 1, ensuring regulatory college boards are comprised of members appointed and not elected. Members appointed based on merit and competence. 92% of the respondents said they supported the appointment of members based on merit and competence and moving away from elected. 92%. 5% were neutral, and only 3% were not supportive or thought it was somewhat unimportant. So if you're looking for strong mandate, 92% said we should move away from electing members. On the concern about regulatory colleges putting the public interest first and patient safety ahead of professional interest, some might sound like motherhood, but 90% supported that as well. 7% were neutral, and 3% thought it was not at all important or somewhat unimportant. On the area of simplifying and increasing transparency in the complaints and disciplinary process, 80% of the respondents thought it was important or very important. 14% were neutral, and 6% thought not at all important or somewhat important. On the issue of creating a body to oversee regulatory colleges to improve public confidence and patient safety, 64% of the respondents thought it was important or very important. 17% were neutral, and 19% didn't think it was important or somewhat unimportant. And the most, I guess the word would be ununanimous, if there's such a word, divergent in opinion, it's probably better grammar, was on the whole issue of reducing the number of colleges. On reducing the number of regulatory colleges to improve efficiency and effectiveness, 42% of respondents thought it was important or very important, Mr. Speaker. 23% were neutral, and 35% didn't think it was important or somewhat important. So again, 92% thought they should be appointed. I'm just going to go quickly through those. On the complaints and adjudication process, the majority of survey respondents indicated support for the proposal to increase transparency of publishing actions taken to resolve accepted complaints. A number of written submissions raised concerns about the proposed change and commented that requiring regulatory colleges to publish all actions taken to resolve accepted complaints may limit colleges' ability to negotiate consensual agreements with registrants. Survey respondents expressed support for requiring past history to be considered as part of the complaints review. Written submissions had varied levels of support for this change, with some noting this would help colleges recognize patterns of ongoing behavior, and others suggesting the past history would only be considered under specific conditions. So again, it's something we need to canvass in committee stage. Most of the written submissions supported enabling regulatory colleges to more easily share information of public safety, while some noted concerns about privacy and confidentiality. Consultation respondents recommended Indigenous approaches to justice be integrated with complaints and adjudication, and that regulatory college investigators and inquiry committee members are trained in cultural safety and humility, and you will find throughout this legislation attention paid to that. On the matter of supporting for publishing actions taken to resolve accepted complaints, 65% of those responded did support the government publishing actions taken to resolve accepted complaints. I was very heartened by that. Only 20% did not support it, and 15% were neutral. And then on the matter I discussed before about the importance of past history being considered in making complaint reviews, current complaint reviews, 77% of those responding thought it was important that past history be taken into consideration. Only 9% thought it was not important or somewhat important. The steering committee sought feedback to help establish consistency across regulatory colleges when they address sexual abuse and sexual misconduct by health professionals, and the majority of survey respondents were supportive of mandatory cancellation of registration in cases of sexual abuse. 85% supported mandatory cancellation. Mixed levels of support were expressed in the written submissions. A proportional approach was preferred in some written submissions, which recommended that decisions reflect the severity of the misconduct. Both survey respondents and written submissions expressed support for requiring regulatory colleges to provide funding for counseling. Respondents suggested regulatory colleges should be able to recover costs from residents who have caused harm. Just like the Minister of Health to note that I passed my second 30 minutes without a second mistake. So that's one for 60, not bad. Or at least he hasn't pointed one out. Let's put it that way. Written submissions suggested a range of measures for regulatory colleges to address sexual abuse and sexual misconduct, such as common standards, policies amongst regulators for prevention and investigation and discipline, and a unique or independent complaints investigation process with specialized investigations and supports, and training in trauma-informed care for investigators and decision makers. So this is something we'll canvass through committee stage. Probably going to be something that will be under regulation, but we'll make sure we hone in on that because of the importance of it. So that, Mr. Speaker, is a summary of what we heard from the public. A lot of support for many of the initiatives that Mr. Caton had recommended and that we recommended to the public would be articulated to the public would be our recommendations to government. With the only one really coming back with soft support was the amalgamation of colleges. So after we heard from the public, we then published another report, Mr. Speaker. And if anybody wants to see and read the report in its entirety, because obviously in the time I have left, 52 minutes, I can't go through the entire report, nor I'm sure do my colleagues want me to read the entire report into the record. Mr. Speaker, they can go to the report. It's called Recommendations to Modernize the Provincial Health Profession Regulatory Framework, Steering Committee on Modernization of Health Professional Regulations, August 2020. So we took all the input that we got and put together our recommendations, as they turned out, our final recommendations to government. And here they are. The Steering Committee recommends work be undertaken to determine how cultural safety and humility should be supported by the regulatory framework. That was number one. Number two, both written and survey feedback received during the second consultation expressed support for regulatory college boards with an equal number of professional and public members, as well as support for a competency-based board appointment system. Now, I understand that there are still some members out there, especially some members of some associations, that are not supportive of this. But the vast majority of the feedback we received was supportive of it. And the committee itself was also supportive of it. So we went on to recommend that regulatory college boards have equal numbers of registered and public members, that the board members be recommended for appointment through a competency-based process which considered diversity, was independently overseen, and based on clear, specified criteria and competencies. The Minister of Health should appoint the board members based on the recommendations of this process. And it was recommended prior to or immediately following appointment, all board members receive appropriate training and education to govern effectively. We also recommended, to improve functioning and effectiveness, that the regulatory college boards move to a more consistent and smaller size. We also recommended that they be compensated, that this would not be volunteer work, that these people that would be picked would be highly sought after by many organizations because of their competencies and experiences, and therefore we have to compensate them for their time. So we recommended that the board and committee members be fairly and consistently compensated. We also looked at the number of regulatory colleges. Some submissions from regulatory colleges indicated the smaller regulatory colleges were struggling to meet their mandate due to resource challenges. In some cases, these resource constraints significantly hampered the college's ability to protect the public from harm. The COVID-19 pandemic has placed new demands on regulatory colleges, further straining their resources. And when you look through the legislation and read through this legislation, you'll see all the other things that we're going to be asking, the government's going to be asking colleges and their associations to undertake. They're going to need money. They're going to need economies of scale. So to increase public protection and improve efficiency and effectiveness of regulation, a reduction in the number of regulatory colleges was recommended to go from 20 at the time to 6. So basically we moved from the 5 based on the input we received from the public. So again, I want to reinforce the process, because this kind of process is something, whether I was involved with or not, I believe should be followed as much as possible. Some independent group or person, like Mr. Caton, does a report on what's going on. The minister responsible puts out the report, looks for public feedback, sets an all-party committee to review the public feedback, makes recommendations. The public then reviews those recommendations and again makes feedback based on the recommendations. And then the all-party committee makes a final recommendation to government. And then, of course, government is free to do what government has to do, which is to govern. And sometimes we'll have to make difficult decisions. And when we canvass the legislation in committee stage, I'm sure there'll be some things in here that the committee did not recommend that are new, based on the experience through COVID, for example, or consultations with First Nations, amongst other things. And that's the government's responsibility, is to make sure that the legislation is as current as possible and as broad as possible. And I'm with all the different clauses in here, I would venture a guess that they'll be back with a miscellaneous statutes amendment act, including some changes, because it's clear that you can't write this much legislation and not make some mistakes. So we'll try to identify those as much as we can to committee stage, try to avoid a Misstats Act incorporating this, but you know, that's something that the colleges will also have to help us with, because they also only got this final legislation last week, I assume, and they're all now, I'm sure, out there studying it to see what questions they would like us to ask, maybe on their behalf through committee stage. So that would be my invitation to everybody out there, all the colleges and those people that provided us input through the process. After you read the legislation, if there's something new that you want us to focus on, by all means, write the critic for health and opposition, and we'll see if we can incorporate that in our committee stage. So a reduction in the number of colleges from 20 down to 6. The results of phase 2 of the consultation indicated support for the reduction, and we didn't want to go too far away from the 5, but based on the feedback that we got, there seemed to be a good consensus to go from the College of Health and Care Professionals to splitting it into 2. One An umbrella regulatory college would tentatively be referred to as the Regulatory College of Allied Health and Care Professionals, would include dietitians, occupational therapists, optometrists, opticians, physical therapists, psychologists, and speech and hearing professionals, as well as diagnostic and therapeutic professionals in the future. Now, of course, things have changed since then, but that's what we recommended at the time. A second umbrella regulatory college, tentatively to be referred to as Regulatory College of Complementary and Alternative Health and Care Professionals, would regulate chiropractors, massage therapists, naturopathic physicians, and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and acupuncturists. So that's what the recommendation was to government. We also recommended the creation of an oral health college, regulatory college, and that brought the total to 6. We also recommended the professional-specific councils be created within multi-professional regulatory colleges to address matters requiring profession-specific expertise. Mr. Speaker, we received feedback indicating concern that access to professional-specific expertise could be lost in the transition to fewer regulators. For example, profession-specific expertise is needed in the development of standards of professional practice. A continued reliance on profession-specific knowledge and expertise was acknowledged as an important element of any future system. Professional-specific councils should be created with the multi-professional regulatory colleges to ensure that regulators continue to have access to professional-specific expertise and that the understanding of professional context is maintained for effective regulation. So we'll be looking to make sure that that's envisioned in the legislation as well. To improve public protection and increase accountability and transparency of the regulatory framework, it was recommended by the committee to government that a new oversight body be created. This oversight body be responsible for monitoring and reporting on regulatory performance, publishing guidance on regulatory policy and practice, recommending a range of standards of professional practice, identifying core elements of shared standards of ethics and conduct across professions, doing periodic and random reviews of the bylaws, overseeing a board member appointment process, and overseeing a board member appointment process. The pathway to regulation under the Health Professions Act. Following a review, the oversight body should recommend to the minister which, if any, unregulated occupations should become regulated. Now, there's a new part to the Act that's being proposed, is those professionals out there that, and I'm going to paraphrase it, aren't posing a very serious threat to the public, are also looking for some form of designation. And we're going to canvass that during committee stage as to how the government came to creating this intermediary body, this group of professionals but not members of colleges. Why are they created? Who do they think will fall under this? What kind of powers will they have? What kind of responsibilities to the public will they have? And so on. So that's something that we had not envisioned in our recommendations, but is in the legislation. And so we will want to cover that as well. Existing professionals not regulated under the Health Professions Act. As I said, not all current regulated health professions fall under the umbrella of the Health Professions Act. For example, emergency medical assistants are regulated by a government-appointed licensing board under the Emergency Health Services Act. Some social workers are overseen by a regulatory college under the Social Workers Act, while other social workers are overseen by their employer, the Ministry of Children and Family Development. So we need to talk about how we work with that through the legislation. The steering committee reviewed all feedback provided during Phase 2 public consultation and noted the opportunity to consider improvements to how social workers, counseling therapists, and emergency medical assistants were regulated. Upon establishment of the oversight body, the steering committee suggested that the oversight body prioritize review of social workers, counseling therapists, and emergency medical technicians assistants for regulation under the HPA. But as I've just said, the government has come up with a different solution and we'll need to canvass that. We want to make sure that we simplify the complaints and disciplinary process, Mr. Speaker. And in order to do that, we recommended that we provide a clear focus on patient safety, including cultural safety and public protection, and strengthen public trust and regulation. And the changes that we recommended to do that were, one, to establish a new disciplinary process that would create clear separation between the investigation and disciplinary stages of complaints. Regulatory colleges should continue to investigate the complaints. However, discipline decisions should be made by a separate independent process. We also recommended that increasing transparency within the complaints and discipline process by requiring increased public notification when action is taken in response to a complaint about a healthcare professional. We wanted to limit the ability of professionals to negotiate agreements late in the process. And additionally, we wanted consideration be given to how these changes might be reflected and serve cultural safety and humility. The new discipline process was recommended, in which independent discipline panels would make decisions regarding regulated health professionals. Now, this is very similar to other professionals, where you separate the investigation from the adjudication and decision. So we recommended that regulatory colleges and their inquiry committees continue to be responsible for the investigation of complaints. This will assure clearer separation of the investigation and disciplinary stages of the complaints process in order to more closely align with common legal principles. Welcome back, Madam Speaker. You will note I am still here. With 39 minutes to go. The following provides an overview of the recommended approach to transparency based on 3 stages of the complaint process. And I chose to put this in the record because I think it's a difficult process at best for people to understand. If they have a complaint with a health professional, what can they do? Because I don't know about others, but when I'm dealing with my doctor or my health professional, I feel like they're the expert, they know best, and it's very difficult sometimes to challenge a health professional. You know, we come in from a position of vulnerability, and we count on our health professionals to give us the best advice and help us through our journey in life, our camino, as I like to say these days, the way. So if someone has a problem, has a complaint, then here's the process that we recommended to government based on 2 rounds of public consultation and Mr. Caton's report. So we'll be looking to see if this is in the legislation and or accompanying regulations. First stage is triage. Once a complaint is received, an initial assessment or review of the complaint should occur to determine whether the complaint is within the jurisdiction of the college, the regulatory college. At this point, certain complaints may be redirected to employers, patient care quality offices, or other avenues, and others could be determined to be frivolous or vexatious. This stage of the process should continue to be private unless there was a serious risk to patient safety identified that required immediate action. Now, I've heard in the consultation that some professionals were concerned that they could be falsely accused of doing something, and that would get out to the public. And as you know, if you take I'm going to be dating myself, if you take a pillow made of feathers, and you take all the feathers out and throw them to the wind, it's next to impossible to gather all the feathers back and put them back into the pillow. And it's the same thing here. If you accuse someone of doing some wrongdoing, serious wrongdoing, and there was no basis for it, it's very hard for that person to get back their reputation. So the triage that we recommended should continue to be private, unless there was a serious risk to patient safety identified that required immediate action. After the triage, there'd be an investigation and inquiry. As noted previously, regulatory colleges should continue to be responsible for investigating complaints. So in this paradigm, our recommendation to government, which we'll check against the legislation in committee stage, we're going to see if regulatory colleges will continue to be responsible for investigating complaints. And the answer is yes, because that's what the legislation says. Regulatory colleges investigators would gather information on the matter, and the inquiry committee would review this information and take appropriate steps as required. If a consensual agreement between the registrant and the college inquiry committee were made at this stage, for example, an agreement for reprimand or remediation, information about this agreement should, and I re-emphasize, should be made public. If the inquiry committee determined no action was required, the complaint should not be made public. Any cautions or warnings should remain private, but should be considered as part of the registrant's past history if there were complaints in the future. So we'll have to canvass that very specifically in committee stage as to how that's going to work, because the public needs a clear understanding that their safety and their concerns are paramount in this legislation. So after triage and after investigation and inquiry comes the discipline, if it gets that far. Discipline that we recommend would be independent of the discipline panels. Sorry, it'd be independent of the inquiry. Independent discipline panels should make decisions regarding complaints about regulated health professionals. The outcome of all complaints that are referred to the discipline panel by the inquiry committee process should be made public. At present, most complaints to regulatory colleges are addressed at the first or second stage of the complaint process. However, with the requirement that all agreements between registrants and the inquiry committees result in public notification, this could result in more complaints being heard at disciplinary hearings. This has not proven to be the case in other jurisdictions, such as the United Kingdom, as reported to us by Mr. Caton. It is expected that regulators exercise their regulatory authority on behalf of the public and in the public interest. The shift to a more transparent complaint process will improve public confidence in the regulatory framework. The public cannot have confidence in regulators if the public is not aware of the actions taken by regulators to protect them. So finally, we recommended that increased transparency about complaints outcomes be required. In particular, the steering committee recommended that information about all agreements between regulatory colleges and registrants in complaint matters be made public, and done so in a consistent manner. We also recommended that regulatory colleges should be able to make limited public comments if a complaint under investigation became known to the public, usually by a reporter, is how that would work, and we'll canvass that again in committee stage. And in order to better protect patients from harm, it was recommended that complaint and discipline decisions be take into consideration the professional's past history. We also talked about timelines, but I won't go through that in detail. Just know that we recommended that we monitor systemic timelines for the complaint process, and we recommended that statutory time limits for the length of time that investigations be completed be removed, and that timelines or time limits for stages in the complaint process be put in place. The steering committee also recommended that steps be taken to ensure strengthened responses to sexual abuse and sexual misconduct by registrants, including more stringent discipline outcomes and improved consistency in outcomes between colleges. And I've already talked about that, so I won't go into that in detail. We also recommended that health professional regulatory colleges being able to share information not only between each other, but also with other agencies, where necessary for public safety and protection. And that, Madam Speaker, was our last recommendation. And that brings us to today. And today was a piece of legislation that the members of the House have already discussed. It's many clauses long, and I wouldn't say many inches thick, but as you can imagine, it's almost an inch thick. And the longest piece of legislation I can remember in my 13 years. So I would just want to finish my comments by thanking again the staff that worked so hard over a year with the steering committee and over many years after that with this legislation. in light of COVID as well. I'd like to thank all those that participated in the 2 public consultations. They put a lot of good thought into their written submissions and into their meetings, I'm sure, with staff on the one-on-ones. We had some incredible support for some of the recommendations that we made in our first set of recommendations. And we also had some incredible recommendation changes that we were able to get from all those submissions. So again, thank you to all the colleges, all the professionals, all the associations, the unions, and the public who provided input into the process. It was a very rewarding process, and I also want to thank, in particular, my caucus and our then leader, Andrew Wilkinson, for allowing me to be part of this process. It was not something that was common to be part of a collaborative process on bringing in legislation. And Andrew made it happen and supported me when I said I would like to do this. And I also want to thank my caucus for also agreeing to allowing this to happen. So thank you, because you were a member of the caucus, and to all my colleagues who were in caucus at the time. And also to those that had difference of opinion. And obviously, in any caucus, you're never going to get unanimity, and that difference of opinion was healthy and helped to come up with better recommendations and I believe a stronger set of finally legislation. I don't know, Madam Speaker, whether we're going to support this legislation when we're done at 3rd reading. I know we are going to continue with it through 2nd reading. But the devil's in the details, as they say, and the details will be canvassed thoroughly during committee stage. And at that point, I'm sure the health critic will have a recommendation to make to us as to what we do, based on what we hear from the minister on the details of the bill. And lastly, if I may repeat where I started from, I'd like to thank the leader of the third party and the Minister of Health for this opportunity to participate in this process. It was unique in my experience at the legislative level and not at the committee level, because we see this kind of work done all the time at the committee level. I'm just appreciative that the minister took up my invitation to invite his critic into the process rather than leaving me on the outside just to criticize the process. It was much better to be on the inside working towards a common solution than being on the outside and just being critical of whatever they came up with. So that was a blessing for me personally. So with that, I didn't quite go for the full 2 hours, but I think I've gone on long enough. So I will sit down and invite somebody else to take the floor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing, once I find your name. Minister of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation.
Thank you so much,
So
Chair.
sorry.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling, and I haven't been getting up. Yeah, it's the honourable member who spoke earlier had us in a lull, and so hour and a half. He did great. I have to tell him he did a fantastic job, and I too am standing. And you know, after hearing his comments, I thought, how can he not support this? How can he not support this this bill? And I think one of the pieces I want to touch on around this bill was sometimes, you know, obviously we focus on the outcomes, but in this case, the process is, I think, something to be noted. The fact that the Minister of Health, the member from Kelowna, the member from Cowichan, the leader of the third party, worked so well collaboratively together to get to this point. And I think I heard the member from Kelowna say that he's not aware of this type of collaboration on any piece of legislation. I certainly am not to this level, and I just want to recognize them for the work that they did. It was amazing to go through the process and understand the amount of feedback that was received through this process. Over 300 written submissions, over, I believe it was almost 1,500 letters, I guess, that were written with recommendations. And of course, as was noted by my colleague across the way, I appreciate that not everyone will be supporting this. There may be some stakeholders that perhaps like the system as it was, but I think the ability to get people together to put this important work in place, it reflects, I think, an understanding that changes needed to happen. And some of the keys that have been highlighted in this, there's a couple that I want to touch on. You know, when the public sees this, they see the bodies. I don't think the public fully appreciates or understands how all the bodies work, how they're structured, why there are so many of them. But what they do understand is the outcomes at the end. And I know that there was a lot of work done around addressing racism, and many of the feedback that was brought forward at the time around how we can create cultural safety is reflected in this legislation. And I think I particularly appreciate that. Certainly when we, early on when we were working on the Human Rights Commission, there was a lot of conversation from people saying, well, you know, we often don't want to go to a human rights tribunal because the word tribunal is scary, and especially if you're coming from a community where tribunals have multiple meanings, it's a scary proposition. And so even that conversation I see reflected in this, you know, when people have a concern or if they have had a particular issue, instead of them facing perhaps the perpetrator, or having to go through a process, creating a mechanism for that issue to be dealt with without making it so confrontational will allow for more people to come forward, which will then allow for us to make the system a better place. And so the ability to address those pieces, to reduce the amount of regulatory colleges, I think most people will understand there was a lot of them, and the ability to come down and work with so many stakeholders to bring them down to a number, I think will be a benefit to not only all the professionals that are served by these organizations. They're going to be able to find efficiencies. They're going to be able to run their organizations in a more efficient way. But it'll also, I think, serve the public in a better way, because it'll be each of these teams will be led by professionals. Each of these teams will be led by people who have the skills to be able to adjudicate processes, as opposed to going through an elected system, which, you know, we've heard from many stakeholders can create, I guess, protecting territories within some of these professional organizations. Not all of them, but we certainly have heard from many stakeholders that it's seen as something that has been a real challenge, and sometimes a barrier from making progress, even on challenges, or even in situations where you think it's very easy to make a change, yet it becomes more problematic. And I think one of the pieces that I really appreciate about this work is the ability to have a complaint mechanism, an improved complaint and I guess a resolution process for people that have concerns, a way for people to navigate the system that is more easier to navigate, more transparent, and certainly my hope is that we're able to get better outcomes for people, and that's what this is about in the end. And lastly, I think that the ability for this to improve information sharing, there's a lot of people that want access to information, and by having this type of system, I do believe the public will be better served by all those pieces. So I don't want to stand up for too long. I just do want to say that I do appreciate the work that's gone in here. It's a large package that will be canvassed thoroughly in third reading. But I want to thank the Minister of Health. I want to thank the members from Cowichan as well as Kelowna for the amazing work they've done in putting this forward. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you to the Minister for his remarks. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill 36, the Health Professions and Occupations Act. This has been a long time coming, Madam Speaker, and I thank all of those who involved who have provided their feedback and input. The legislation is based on recommendations of the steering committee as co-chaired by my colleague, the MLA for Kelowna Lake Country, the leader of the third party, and the Minister of Health. The main purpose of the committee was to make a series of recommendations meant to modernize the health profession regulatory framework. We are supportive of many of the goals and efforts of this bill, but as it's very long, it's very complex, it needs to see some serious scrutiny before we can be fully supportive. After a long period of discussion and consultation, significant recommendations were made by the committee to include cultural safety and humility, improve governance of regulatory college boards, and establish an independent discipline process, while also revising the complaints process with the aim to make it more transparent and more focused on patient safety. Patients need to be the focus of health professionals' oversight. They are those most impacted by the care received or not received and the quality of that care, Madam Speaker. The goal of this new legislation is to enhance patient safety, strengthen oversight of health regulatory colleges, and improve governance of health professionals. The Caton report came out in 2018 and made a number of recommendations to the regulation of healthcare professions in BC. It said, quote, quite simply, the Health Professions Act is no longer adequate or modern for regulation, and that it would require significant changes to meet future requirements for protecting the public. The legislation in front of us today can certainly be described as that, with significant changes. Over the past 2 years, I've had the opportunity to speak to members of FACT BC, the Federation of Associations of Counseling Therapy in BC, and many of their individual members. I've also spoken to social workers, Madam Speaker, who welcome the ability to be part of these regulatory oversight changes. However, my comments today will deal primarily with the impact to the public around counseling services and their regulation. FACT BC has been advocating for over 20 years for the statutory regulation of counseling therapy in the province, it deemed to be in the public interest. And although it's been close to being a reality on several occasions, it has failed to move forward. FACT BC wrote to the current Minister of Health asking him to declare counseling therapy to be in the public, or the regulation of counseling therapy to be in the public interest under Section 10 of the Health Profession Act, and it is now very encouraging that this legislation before us today will simplify and streamline the process for regulating new professions, and that government intends to begin regulating counselors and then diagnostic and therapeutic professionals as they move forward. In 2019, the current health minister said the changes would make it easier for counselors and therapists to be regulated. At the time, he said it takes too long for new regulatory colleges to be created, and that the counseling therapists are next in line, and we are very pleased to hear that. FACT BC Chair Michelle Huchard-Dio said yesterday regulation under this new legislation will mean that British Columbians will be able to identify qualified and accountable counseling therapists when seeking mental health services. And the BC Association of Clinical Counsellors, the largest self-regulating body for clinical counsellors in British Columbia, issued a statement also yesterday, quote, they welcome the news from the BC provincial government that the regulation of clinical counsellors is on the immediate horizon, unquote. BCACC says their registered clinical counsellors are ready to be regulated and welcome the news of the Health Professions and Occupations Act. So, Madam Speaker, regulation provides safety, accountability, and standards of care and conduct for those providing counseling services as competent and trustworthy mental health professionals. Counseling and other psychological therapies can do more harm than good if they are provided with poor quality or if indeed it is the wrong type of therapy provided. Patients can be re-traumatized by unqualified or poor quality services. So declaring the regulation of counseling therapy is in the best public interest, and it demonstrates commitment to mental health services. Glenn Grigg, past chair of FACT BC, told CBC last year that therapists deal with people when they are at their most vulnerable, including patients struggling with potentially fatal conditions like eating disorders and suicidal thoughts, unquote. Now, those things can be made substantially worse by incompetent therapy. Regulating counseling therapy as a health profession, a step which has already been made in 5 other provinces, that's including Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta. It's an essential part of the provision of ethical, safe, and competent mental health services to British Columbians. So the primary goal of FACT BC has been to serve the public interest by advocating for the statutory regulation of counseling therapy, where we can guarantee safety, accountability, and standards of care and conduct for those who provide services. Right now, anyone in BC can call themselves a counseling therapist. Unlike almost all other health professions, counseling therapy has no legislated standard to ensure public protection. Perhaps of most concern for the public has been that there is no single protected title, meaning it's difficult to discern which people offering counseling services are qualified and accountable to any form of oversight body. Regulation through title protection is the most effective way to ensure public safety and standards of ethical practice and competency, and not having protected titles also makes the cost of accessing counseling services more expensive, as services, whether they are regulated and under the Health Professions Act, there is a tax consequence to that. The vast majority of counseling therapists in British Columbia are professionals. They have years of training and expertise, but British Columbians shouldn't have to count on chance and guess to get the care and protections they deserve. This needs to change. That's why thousands of counseling therapists from every part of the province have joined together to ask Government of British Columbia to declare regulation of counseling therapy to be in public interest as an important step to the road of full regulation. Members are on the front lines delivering mental health services to British Columbians suffering mental health issues due to the pandemic and the opioid crisis. Declaring that regulation of counseling therapy is in the public interest is a basic step in building the mental health resources British Columbians need, and they need now more than ever. Counseling therapists have stepped up to take on their share of the pandemic strain and opioid crisis. And in these times, regulation is more important than ever to protect British Columbians. FACT BC membership requires that all member associations provide accountability through compliance with a code of ethics and standards of practice. Member associations have established registration criteria and complaint processes either nationally or provincially for all members. However, without regulatory system that is properly anchored in provincial legislation, voluntary professional associations cannot exercise jurisdiction over non-members or those members who relinquish registration to avoid, to avoid disciplinary consequences. And those associations face severe limitations in their ability to ensure compliance with standards of practice and ethical requirements through their discipline process. We have seen this before in other professions where people put up a sign and they say that they're a financial planner or a property manager or whatever it is, and if those people are not regulated by an oversight body, which in those cases they are, there would be no way to be able to keep the public safe from using the services of unqualified and perhaps low-quality service providers. It is important, particularly when we're dealing with mental health. Mental health right now is so prevalent in the media. Every one of us knows somebody who is being impacted by a mental health challenge. I have heard terrible stories, one most recently at Lionsgate Hospital, where a young person had come in, brought in by a parent. They were having a mental health crisis with suicidal tendencies and ideations, and they had been left there for a period of time. They were then provided the name of a counselor rather than actually admitting that young person into the hospital. They phoned that counselor. They had a conversation with that counselor on the phone. They left the hospital because they were led to believe that they were feeling safe, and unfortunately, a tragic event occurred with that young person the next day. When it was looked at, the person who had been referred was unqualified. They were not a skilled or master's level counselor. They were somebody who put up a sign saying that they put themselves forward as being a counselor, and it just demonstrates the potential for just horrific outcomes if we are not properly providing oversight and regulation to such an important profession. And there are so many different kinds of counselors as well. We're talking about mental health, opioids. There's so much that we do with our children, counselors that deal with play therapy, counselors that deal with young children who have been victims of domestic abuse and sexual violence and sexual abuse. These are the kinds of things that if the person providing that support and care and counseling does not have the expertise to do so, those young people can be re-traumatized and will not be set on a proper path to getting to a place where they're feeling good and they're feeling safe and secure and can move forward. There's also music therapy, and very often that is something that, again, for young people and for elderly people, music therapy is a very important part of someone who is having depression, to be able to, if they are, particularly if they are somebody who music connects with and motivates them, it's a very important type of therapy. Art therapy is another group of therapists, and all of these therapies that I'm mentioning, these are all covered under the counseling therapists. So it's a very, very important occupation to be a part of. And it is something that is very, very critical in terms of that professional oversight, to be able to have that professional oversight. And the FACT BC, all the councillors in British Columbia are looking forward to the ability to build up the quality, build up the reputation, and you build reputation through having a well-regulated profession. I know councillors have come to me saying, you know, I've got a master's degree, I've done all of this training and all of this schooling, but I feel that sometimes my value is undermined because there are people working in the sector and working in the practice that simply don't have that same level of qualification. So that regulatory body is a very, very important piece of that. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 36. I am looking forward to understanding more of the details in the committee stage. I believe it's 634, more than 600 sections that we're going to have to go through piece by piece. The minister is excited about the length of that. I'm glad he's excited about that. So we look forward to committee stage and really being able to dig down into the complexities and provide some serious scrutiny before we can be fully supportive. But I do just want to thank again all of the people who have been involved in the steering committee, all of those who have provided their input and feedback into what this bill should look like and how this bill can best protect the public, the patients, and be a framework that is going to simplify the ability to regulate and will address many of the challenges that were recognized in the previous Caton report. So again, I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll take my seat.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Victoria Beacon Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise this evening to speak to this bill, to speak to legislation that is about enhancing patient safety, that is about improving oversight, public protection, efficiency and effectiveness, public confidence through transparency and accountability. In the healthcare system, these are essential, and we need regulation of healthcare professionals that rises to this challenge. Earlier today, I had the chance to rise in the House to speak to what reconciliation in action looks like, what it means to take meaningful steps forward together with Indigenous partners, with rights and title holders, on issues that are important across all communities and fundamentally across all ministries. And I just wanted to take a few minutes this afternoon to outline the ways in which this legislation does some of that important work. So this legislation addresses discrimination in healthcare and requires that cultural safety and humility be embedded in the ways that professionals provide care. It also creates more clarity to ensure that healthcare is provided in an anti-discrimination way with improved cultural safety for patients. I don't think any in this House need to be reminded of the In Plain Sight report and the concerning events that were reported out of Saanich Peninsula Hospital that led to that report. But I think it's important grounding when we think about this legislation, the introduction of this large piece of legislation, to remember what it's responding to, what it's answering to, the ways in which anti-Indigenous racism in our healthcare system has been widespread and has been dangerous. Regulatory colleges through this legislation and others will be required to work with Indigenous governing bodies and other entities representing Indigenous peoples on issues linked to Indigenous cultural safety practices. The new legislation also creates new and safer opportunities for those made vulnerable by our systems, those made vulnerable by societal inequity. It makes it easier for these individuals to make complaints and to raise concerns about their care. I think that is such an important piece of this bill. The complaints process will also include restorative processes to better align with Indigenous practices. The supports that will be made available here also reflect the need to move together towards reconciliation, to embed it in all of the work we do. And as a result, supports made available will include funding for Indigenous ways of healing. Madam Speaker, it is also true that this bill will make Indigenous health practices protected. Indigenous health practices cannot be used as grounds for investigating or disciplining a regulated health practitioner unless, of course, the patient has been misled. I think it's really essential in this bill, in this new piece of legislation, that we're identifying opportunities for those who've been made vulnerable by our systems to make complaints, but also protecting additional ways of providing services, care, and healing. The changes, of course, in this legislation are a significant response to In Plain Sight, and they were made in consultation with Indigenous leaders who helped shape the Act. This is essential. From my perspective, there's a number of other really important pieces in this act that will, as my colleague across the floor previously mentioned, reduce risks of re-traumatization. We have learned so much as a society and as frontline service workers, as communities, what it means to respond to trauma, what it means to support someone who's experienced trauma. And the fact that this act is taking what we know about trauma and building it into the regulation of health professionals, I think is an incredible step forward. Some of these changes include offering identity protection. We know it is not trauma-informed to have someone who's raising a concern, who's making a complaint, be face-to-face with the person who perpetrated harm. This is especially true when there are power differences, and when some of those power differences are also the roots of racism or discrimination that may have been part of the harm caused. So making changes here to allow folks to have their identities shielded and protect them from those that they are making complaints about is really important. For example, this includes requiring sensitive documents to only be disclosed when relevant and necessary. This is alongside some of the other important changes that I know some of my other colleagues have raised regarding changes around sexual harassment and abuse, and this is strong. This is important improvements here. On the latter point, the new legislation defines sexual misconduct to include sexual manipulation, harassment, and communication. It also defines sexual abuse. This is really important. It's important that we're able to name and identify these acts of abuse and misconduct so that we're better able to hold practitioners accountable, and so that the harm committed is not allowed to go unnoticed, unreported, unpublic, that it means that future patients, those seeking care, will not be at risk in the future. This is an important step in that direction to identify, to outline, and to provide opportunities for raising complaints and accessing care and support that are trauma-informed. Madam Speaker, I am thrilled to stand in support of this legislation, to outline some of the ways in which reconciliation has been embedded, and as well to identify some of the ways in which a trauma-informed approach is embedded in what is a huge piece of legislation covering a lot of ground, and really proud to stand and speak in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to this Bill 36, recognizing as a member from Kelowna Lake Country, as well as the member from Prince George Valemont and the Minister of Health have all talked about the significant work that has led to this bill coming to the floor of this chamber. And I noted with interest, Madam Speaker, the length at which my colleague, the member from Lake Country, Kelowna Lake Country in particular, took the opportunity to talk about the process of the steering committee that he and the leader of the third party and the Minister of Health had put together, and all of the consultations that were there with the public. And it was very useful, of course, to be reminded of all of that good work. In terms of my comments at this stage on this bill, I'd like to speak as a critic for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation on the particular items of the bill that relate to many of the challenges that Indigenous peoples face with our healthcare system. That, of course, was a focus of the In Plain Sight report. But let me just start here and to the Minister and others that will be advising him through the committee stage of this bill. I'd like to just highlight some of my considerations and areas that I would be joining our colleague, the member from Prince George Valemont, and others at the committee stage of this bill as we go through the 600 plus sections of Bill 36. So first of all, Madam Speaker, I would certainly like to hear more about the nature of the consultation and development with First Nation leaders and others in terms of the framework of this bill. Of course, we see in Section 14, for example, the structuring of this bill includes the guiding principles to incorporate by reference the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as the reference to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, the need to address racism and anti-racism issues that are specific to Indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, these are the references in that particular fundamental part of this bill that I can see that will give guidance to the exercise and powers of, well, the exercise of powers and duties that are performed under this Act, and the principles for which those persons must act in accordance with these principles as they carry out the requirements of this Act. I know that this is an opportunity, of course, for this government to make good on the commitments to First Nations leaders and Indigenous leaders in this province when, as was noted earlier today, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act was passed in this House almost 3 years ago. We know that with the DRIPA action plan that there are specific items that I'd like to review with the Minister to gain a better understanding as to where this government sees this bill being presented meets some of the specific action items, including action items 3.7, 4.8, and 4.14, for example, in the DRIPA action plan. These items relate to squarely item 3.7, implementing the recommendations made in the In Plain Sight report, striving to establish a healthcare system in BC that is culturally safe and free of Indigenous-specific racism. On a plain reading of that action item and in discussion at committee stage, I would expect the Minister to certainly give him and his government top marks for dealing with that particular action item out of the 89 actions under this 5-year action plan. So I look forward to that discussion. And as we look at other items on this action plan, such as 4.8, we talk about the need to evolve the First Nation health governance structure to ensure First Nations are supported to participate as full and equal partners in decision-making and service delivery. Well, of course, the regulation of health professionals in our province is certainly related to service delivery, Mr. Speaker. Welcome to the chair. So look forward to how this interacts with the commitments on the DRIPA action plan. Another example which was related in part to the resources available to Indigenous partners in the COVID-19 pandemic health and wellness planning and response was the implementation of the Rural, Remote, First Nations and Indigenous COVID-19 framework, again to ensure access for all Indigenous peoples to immediate and culturally safe and relevant care closer to home. I think, Mr. Speaker, as we unpack what cultural safety means in the context of healthcare, as was set out in clear detail in the In Plain Sight report, cultural safety involves physical, social, emotional, and spiritual safety. It's a recognition and respect for the cultural identities of others without challenge or denial of an individual's identity, who they are or what they need. And of course, as pointed out only at the outset of this report, which is deep in nature, that culturally unsafe environments diminish, demean, or disempower the cultural identity and well-being of an individual. With those comments, Mr. Speaker, would expect to get into some discussion at the committee stage about the nature of consultation with First Nation and Indigenous leaders as to the framework of this bill. Hopefully in the same level of detail that the member from Colonial Lake Country was able to spell out. Because, Mr. Speaker, with the work of the steering committee, as was noted a few times by members in this House, that work predated the additional work that was necessary to ensure that this bill, as it comes forward, deals with the important elements of cultural safety and cultural humility, which are fundamental themes and focuses within the In Plain Sight report. And I know that when we talk about UNDRIP, the requirement under Section 3 of the DRIPA Act in terms of ensuring that all laws of this province are consistent with the Articles of UNDRIP, that there's a structural item here, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the guiding principles section. And I'd like to get additional clarity as to the meaning and the references and the positioning of the United Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a principle with the qualifying words to support and promote awareness of. These are qualifiers that I think it's important to understand the reasons for those qualifications. As we turn to Section 14 of this bill, I will be looking to have more detailed discussions with the Minister about that. And I must say, for example, Article 24 of UNDRIP speaks to the principle that Indigenous peoples have the right to their traditional medicines and to maintain their health practices, including the conservation of their vital medicinal plants, animals, and minerals. Indigenous individuals also have the right to access, without any discrimination, to all social and health services. So I would expect here that, Mr. Speaker, the reference to supporting and promoting awareness of UNDRIP and, by definition, specific articles within UNDRIP, as we look at, I just named one of them, as we look at the relevant articles of UNDRIP, I'd like to walk through them with the Minister, the understanding of the government as to, in the context of this bill, what do these articles mean? And in the context of this bill, what do the guiding principles suggest to Indigenous peoples and to the regulator, the new superintendent, as well as those health practitioners that are regulated under this Act? What is the requirements that they're trying to meet? are required to meet. I note that, of course, when we look at discrimination, that there is a full description of discrimination as defined under or prohibited under the Human Rights Code. I will also note that, of course, in the In Plain Sight report, there are definitions of anti-racism or discrimination in the converse. Would like to discuss with the Minister in terms of that definition of discrimination as well as the anti-racism definition in the In Plain Sight report. I note that there is no definition in this Act. We have anti-discrimination measures, of course, under Section 15 that we can refer to. As we look further into the bill, there are certainly duties that are outlined under Section 70 and 72 in terms of the requirements to practice ethically. I certainly heard that from members on the government side, reference to the fact that there would be requirements to make bylaws that set out anti-discrimination measures. In the context of the recommendations coming out of In Plain Sight, I would expect, of course, and so much of this bill, as the member from Prince George Vailima has highlighted a number of times in her second bill speech, so much to be dealt by regulation. Given the breadth of this legislative framework, much more detail to be provided by regulation, but I think it's important that at this juncture, in second reading, as well as at the committee stage, that we have a clear understanding of the direction and how these anti-discrimination measures will be spelled out, meaning what guidance and expectations will be placed on the development of these bylaws. I am probably getting the signal at this juncture that, noting the hour, I reserve my place and move adjournment of the debate.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. So we are adjourned that debate. Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move that the House now adjourn.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. This House is now adjourned. We will, of course, resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you, members.